Hello. I'm just trying to get my hair figured out. It's being a little bit crazy at the moment. Anyway, hi everyone. How are you? It's time for the show. We're here. We're queer. I mean, at least I assume some of you are. But yes, hello. What's up, Ox? There's Fennec. We've got Timerinia, Nethercat, Corvo, Mersh. Welcome in. Hello, Max. There's Andy's. What's up, Gayfish? Good morning. Indeed. Yeah, it is still morning for you, isn't it? Looking forward to getting into a time zone that makes more sense for my lifestyle. Oh my god, this is the problem. This part of my hair is all weird. I just took my hair down from the bun that it was in, so it's quite strange. Hi, yes. Hello, Mama. Hello, Viren. Kitty Tick. Hello. And hello to the YouTube chat. You know, we don't always say super a lot to the YouTube chat, but hello. Joe Tazuna earlier said I'm dropping a like because I might miss this later. We appreciate your service. Gay asparagus. Yeah, that's exactly the response that I'm looking for. When I say, I'm tired of this, Grandpa, the response I'm looking for is, well, that's too damn bad. So, thank y'all. Yeah, exactly. As a Heathen Granny, Alex, Sophie. Did anyone see my Make America Native Again hat? It's like a black hat with white text. I think I've seen it. Or a similar one. Love when I forego my caps lock. Indeed. I don't know what's wrong with my hair, but that's okay. Pacific is the only time zone. Everything else is fake and made up. It certainly feels that way sometimes. Yes, the countdown is real now, you know? Like, moving in January. It's like 5 months away. Wow. What's up, Mick? I'll have to dip to help my mom with something. No worries. I just heard V who shall not be named refer to Cajun food as black people food. Mine changed. V-man bad. Is that that's the culture that it came from though, right? I guess like French Creole is like it's like French, but like former slaves French food. I don't know. The DNC is tomorrow. Yes. Whew. It's gonna be. We definitely need to cover everything that we didn't cover last week today, if the DNC is tomorrow, because we're gonna have. I'm sure we're gonna have stuff to cover from that. Jesus, my hair is being so fucking weird. Okay, well, okay, that feels a little bit better. Yeah. So how has everybody's week been? I haven't seen you since Wednesday. I've been doing pretty okay. Did some fun stuff this week. Got out of the house. Went walking around. In fairness, Cajun is blending French, Native American, and African culinary traditions. Yeah. And I think, I don't know. I guess I can see Cajun food as being like a white people thing too. Like a mixed culture for sure. Because when I think of Creole or like Cajun food, I think of like crawdads and like fish. What is it called? Like a seafood boil. Got pulled over Wednesday night. Rest in pieces, indeed. Went to the doctor on Thursday and it accidentally poked at some trauma, so I've been feeling weird. Understandable. I know that feeling. I've been in therapy doing really intensive focused trauma therapy, and it definitely feels weird sometimes. Cajun is specifically the descendants of French settlers who were kicked out of Nova Scotia by the British. Creole are the non-Cajun settlers in the area. Okay. That makes sense. It's so early in the stream to be talking about food. You know? We usually wait. No, I know. Yeah, it's a silly, non-serious thing. But it's just funny. We usually wait until the end of the show to make people hungry. Before the show, well, first of all, I have my coffee. which obviously that can help kind of reduce appetite a little bit. I mean, there's no caffeine in it, so maybe it doesn't have that effect actually. But there's a little bit of energy via the sugar in the coffee. And then I ate a peanut butter and creamed honey sandwich earlier. So I'm set. Cajun versus Creole gumbo. Gumbo is something of a war zone from what I understand. Oh. It's one of those things like with chili, you know, is it real chili if it has beans in it, etc.? Oh, boy. I'm gonna cut my hair soon. Like, it already starts to bother me when it gets to this length, and it's not even that long. Eating pumpkin muffins. Ooh. Ooh, yes, it is that time of year. Pumpkin spice has entered the chat. I guess it's still like August, which means we are still kind of more in summer. Although, like, with my tradition and like the way that I observe the wheel of the year, I already have like symbols of the harvest over here. I'm having the hardest time getting the entire thing in the frame. Like, yeah, if this would just stay, but it doesn't want to stay. It doesn't like to stay in the place where I actually want it to be. Like, I can't get it to tighten anymore. It's fucking really irritating, actually. Yeah. But yeah, I already have symbols of harvest, you know? Like, I have these are corns. And I have a basket over there. Because the first harvest celebration is August 1st in the tradition that I follow. I'm so sick of summer and the heat, so I'm just trying to manifest the shit out of fall. Yeah. I've been seeing a lot of memes lately, actually, that are along those lines of, like, me trying to manifest fall even though it's still 95 degrees outside. Excuse me. Them trees starting to change already. I've noticed a little bit of tree shenanigans around my area. Your tiniest Horty is watching you with intensity, right? Meow. Tiny Horties. Hello. I guess I do. I'm fairly high contrast. Like, I have like my lily white vampire skin with the black. And babies love contrast. It's true. I've been wearing fall colors to... It's like The Secret. We're like trying to manifest a la The Secret for autumn to happen. I was looking at the weather this week and it's like in the 80s and I was like, ooh, that's actually like tolerable. That's temperate for this time of year. And then on this weekend, it's supposed to be like mid 90s again. And I'm just like, I'm gonna cry. Stop it. I loved when I was a kid having those rainy, cold autumns. Like, that is what autumn is to me. You also have a striking voice and they've been watching since they were 2 days old. I love the idea that, like, if I live near you, if I ever come visit and, like, see the baby, they're gonna already know me. That's very interesting. It's quite strange. It's so parasocial. Cajun versus Creole, from my understanding, usually comes down to small differences in spices and whether or not there are tomatoes in it. If I had to guess, the two traditions are so thoroughly blended that it's probably not possible to say which is strictly which. Yeah. That's the great thing about the Great American Melting Pot. There's Halloween candy at the grocery store. Yes! Listen, okay. Hit the like button if you agree. This is the part of the stream where we just chill and talk about whatever. Enjoy. I firmly stand as a goth. I hold firm with my pike and my short sword right next to, like, right at October 31st, okay? If Christmas wants to keep expanding, it's like, okay, I get it. You have the entire month of December. I don't really care about that. You can have it. put some respect on Thanksgiving's name. If it's going to be a national holiday, then like, okay, but whatever. Like Christmas is slowly creeping and it's like, it's subsuming November as well. Like people put up their Christmas decorations in November sometimes. And also I sometimes see Christmas decorations in October. So guess what? October is going to start subsuming the whole summer. Basically, like after the 4th of July, as far as I'm concerned, it's spooky season. Just take the Columbus out of Thanksgiving, problem solved. Technically speaking, in the tradition that I follow, I'm thinking about doing like a basically Thanksgiving-esque dinner on the autumn equinox, like September 21st ish, because that is functionally like the big harvest festival. Like the pagan tradition that I follow, there's like 3 harvest festivals. There's the first one in August for the grain harvest, like grains, corn, stuff like that, which is why I have the corn over here. And then the second one is like the major harvest, that's associated with pumpkins and like the true bounty of the year. It's actually kind of weird that Thanksgiving, the United States holiday, is so late because that's like well past the point at which all these foods would be at their peak freshness after the harvest. So yeah. And then of course, the third harvest festival is Halloween or Samhain. The red harvest, that's when you kill off a bunch of your farm animals and store their meat over the winter. I'm never not. Yeah, I love those people who get the giant skeletons and put it in their front yard and then just change the decorations based on holiday. Yeah, so you like just leave it up all year round. Put like red, white, and blue on it at Independence Day. Put Santa hat on it in the winter. Yes. Lightning McQueen says, looks like your boy is going to go do edibles with the boys at Spirit Halloween. Ooh, love that. Got hair in my mouth. Yeah, I know some people get annoyed at the concept of pumpkin spice. It's like, yes, there is no such actual thing as pumpkin spice, but yeah, it's like, because pumpkin pie is such a big thing in the US, it's all the spices that you would put in a pumpkin pie. You've got like allspice and nutmeg, cinnamon, cardamom, maybe a little bit of clove. I wish I had thought to make tea earlier. I've just recently started a green tea kick. It's mostly a vehicle for honey, but still. Ginger snap cheesecake sounds really good. Yeah, I can think about tea. I just don't want to step away right at the beginning of the show to get the water boiling and everything. Spirit Halloween is open in my area. It's a bunch of really cheap stuff. And like I'm about to move 2,000 miles across the country. I do not actually need anything from Spirit Halloween. Although I went to Walmart recently, and Walmart like currently has like a display of a bunch of Halloween type accessories and in particular earrings. And I got my second earlobe piercing done a couple years ago specifically so that I could wear shitty cheap earrings, because I started gauging my ears out when I was like a teenager and I can't wear like regular shitty earrings in here, so I got these specifically for that. But I'm like, oh, there's It's like there's not even any prices on any of the stuff in the Halloween display at Walmart. So, and it's like, yeah, do I really need to spend $16 or $20 on shitty earrings right now? No. No. I already am trying to not spend money and I still find myself needing to spend money. So it's hard. Hello, the other way around. What an interesting username. I love pumpkin spice. Used to be a hater, but then I tried it. I find that when you get pumpkin spice stuff at like Starbucks, which I know eating at Starbucks is gauche right now, but just for example, it's expensive and also way too sweet. Like primarily, it's far, far, far too sweet. So if you could get like a pumpkin spice latte that didn't also have multiple pumps of syrup in it, that would be great. Trying not to like tire out my voice immediately. It's so easy to do. Yeah, exactly. $20 is like one whole carton of eggs. Scooch a little bit closer here. Shitty earrings can be fun to make. Yeah. I used to make jewelry. I never really made earrings. I mostly made necklaces. The other way around says, my username is a translation of pe invers, which is Romanian slang for gay. Nice. Hot stuff. I do like the warming of the pumpkin spices. Just like, it's so cozy. It's definitely, it makes you feel like, yes, it's time to wear a hoodie, right? I wear a hoodie indoors because obviously we have the air conditioner running. And look, it's merch, right? I love this. I now have this hoodie that's my merch. And then also I have the tank top that's my merch. So when I take off the hoodie, I can still be like, represent. Never had it. You've never had like the collection of warm spices? Lord Lurk, true. Because I'm sure that there's other meals. Like we also, if you do like a sweet potato casserole, that can also sometimes have, you know, cinnamon, clove, allspice, nutmeg, brown sugar. I'm at the end of winter here in the Southern Hemisphere. Ooh, I bet that's lovely. I'm starting to feel like maybe spring might be my fave instead of autumn being my fave. I don't know. They're both my favorite for different reasons. Sweet potatoes, pumpkin, all those things are weird American things. Yeah, pumpkin I know is a new world thing. Like you all didn't even have those kinds of squash, I don't think. Mama, you're a dork. Just want to let you know. Dork. And then in short order, it will be peppermint season instead of warming spices season. I like peppermint okay. Peppermint's pretty good. It's not necessarily my favorite, but I like it. Yes, jack-o'-lanterns were originally carved from turnips. That is correct. Potatoes, tomatoes, and chilies are also from the Americas, but those have actually picked up in Sweden. Pumpkin and sweet potatoes just never took. Well, sweet potatoes are really good. I'm not going to necessarily say that pumpkin is an incredible flavor. I mean, it's fine. But yeah, sweet potato, I will say. Natural pine scent during Christmas. Ooh, yes. Yes. Is pumpkin spice and especially American flavor. I mean, someone in Sweden in chat right now is saying that they have never had anything called pumpkin spice over there. Although, like, again, like, it would be like if you got a. You ever get like a shake jar thing of Italian spice? And really, it's just basically like basil and oregano and maybe thyme. Like, it's just a mixture of spices that you don't necessarily have to have that label on it. You know, I could go into my cabinet right now and put basil and oregano and sage in something, and it would technically be the same as a bottle labeled Italian spice. So you could still do something with all of those warming spices and it wouldn't have to be called pumpkin spice. I bet you that there is like in the same way that there's an Italian seasonings bottle, I bet you that there's a pumpkin spice. Someone sells it somewhere and it's functionally just, yeah, like I said, cinnamon, allspice, nutmeg, all that stuff. They're playing Harry Potter at the Plasma House. No. Yes, the Dix emoji is for subscribers only. So is the Mitter emoji. Mitter ditter. Speaking of Mitternacht, he is snoring so loud right now. He's got his own little chair, and he's snoring up a storm. Later, Corvo. There's 50 people in here. This is the part of the show where we just chill. We do have some news lined up for later. I think we're probably only going to chill for like 1 hour instead of 2 when it gets away from us and we do it for 2 hours. Because I do have several news items that I want to get to today. One has to do with COVID. One is... What is the other one? Oh my God. Oh yeah, the Supreme Court is saying that they are not going to enforce the Biden administration's basically their updating of Title 10, Title 9, whatever, to include basically anti-trans. Like, you know, the way that like Title 9 says you can't discriminate on the basis of sex. They tried to basically just say, okay, we're expanding this to include gender identity, but the Supreme Court was like, lol, no, we're not going to enforce that until we litigate this, which is bad news. We also have some news about forever chemicals and the fact that the recent Supreme Court ruling that knocked down the Chevron ruling previously is in fact going to have a negative environmental impact and a negative human impact because, you know, the Air Force is basically saying like, well, we don't have authority to do that. Like, we don't have authority to clean up these forever chemicals in the water, which is horrendous. So bad. And lastly, we've been kind of putting off doing a react video to this Project 2025 private training video leaked. The Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 this video is intended to train political appointees for the next conservative administration. Do we even need a Supreme Court? I don't need sour cream on my court. It's fine. Listen, the sour cream, it's just more fat. You don't necessarily, if your cholesterol is high, like mine, you don't need more fat. I agree. If there's not some Supreme Court reform, we're super screwed. We were reviewing it last time, or maybe the time before, like Biden saying he wanted to put on term limits. He wanted to put on a term limit of 18 years. And if we did that, if we succeeded in getting an 18-year term limit, that would knock 3 conservative justices off immediately. Immediately. Yeah, it's definitely hard to say. I think if Kamala were to do Supreme Court reforms, it would hurt her chances of re-election, or at least they would perceive it as hurting her chances for re-election. So I kind of feel like, yeah, if Biden doesn't do something kind of extreme before he leaves office, then I think we're kind of stuck with this court for a while. Even if, like, let's say Clarence Thomas, because he's like one of the older members he's been on there like the longest, I think. If Clarence Thomas happened to die right after Kamala wins, then I don't think they will let her, for 4 years, I don't know that they will let her appoint anybody. The problem with the whole immunity thing is that the Supreme Court did not give presidents carte blanche immunity. They specifically said, we will adjudicate on a case-by-case basis. So basically that means that anything a conservative president does within the scope of his duties will be permitted, and anything that a Democratic president does in the course of her duties will be not allowed. Oh my gosh. But y'all know, I've given up on the idea that we're going to have any major reform in the federal government. And like things are just going to kind of continue the way that they are, where Republicans are pulling the entire system further to the right. Democrats are allowing themselves to be pulled further to the right, which means that the most important thing that needs to be addressed, which is climate change, is not going to be addressed. And we're going to have catastrophic failure of the system within the next 30 to 40 years, maybe. Or sooner. Kind of depends. Dems have to take the Senate and House too, because the GOP are never going to play ball on anything. They're going to obstruct absolutely everything just for the sake of denying the Dems any kind of win. I think part of the frustration is that there have been times in the past 20 years where we've had, wait, didn't we? I thought under one of the Obama administrations, they also had the House and the Senate. I see it sooner since the energy need is only rising. Yeah, on current projections, the economy will stop growing in 2040 and then will collapse sometime in the next 5 to 10 years after that, which is why I say roughly 30 years. Yeah. And that's like, those are predictions that were made in the 70s, and we are holding to the worst case scenario prediction for 50 years. Oh, okay. I guess, yeah, it was only 4 months. Democrats under Obama had, quote, total control. Oh, wait, total control of the Senate. President Obama entered the White House with his party touting a 60-seat majority in the Senate and a 257-seat majority in the House. Well, yeah, that's why, like, I think even if you are completely jaded on voting for the president, you should still vote for everything else. Because, yeah, that's the part that makes the difference. It's, like, impossible to pass Supreme Court reforms without, like, a unified Congress, really. I agree. It's insane how long we've known about climate change, and yet the powers that be refuse to do anything about it. They've shunted it off and made it all, oh, you just have to go recycle, and you need to not top off the gas in your car, and you need to, it's all this, you know, take individual responsibility shit, as opposed to being, you know, there's like several companies that are responsible for a majority of the pollution, and, you know, it's cheaper to make packaging out of plastic than it is to make it out of something more renewable. And, like, okay, why are we continuing to allow companies to make the cheapest choices without, like, following up and being like, yo, actually, you're not allowed to do the cheapest thing anymore, you know? But what if making things less bad lowers profits? I know, Ember. God, why didn't I think of that? How silly of me. That's on me. So silly. There's 70 viewers right now and 49 likes. Can we get to 69? That would be so nice. I'm so short in my seat right now. I'm like, I hate this so much, actually. Getting really irritated with this camera situation. I can't seem to get it to stay in one place. Gayfesh pre-liked like a good bean. I hated the whole your carbon footprint stuff after learning it's a campaign made by BP to push responsibility off themselves. I did not know that, but that is not surprising. I may take a nap soon. I'm so tired for some reason. Listen, you gotta take your naps. Take the naps. But yeah, there's stuff like your carbon footprint. Unless you fly on an airplane on a regular basis, the biggest aspect of, quote, your carbon footprint is heating and cooling your house. And, part of that is that I guess, I guess it's the profit motive method of building housing. But, there are places in the desert where humans live where they have built the houses, the architecture, in such a way as to account for, like, okay, if the wind is usually blowing this way, or if the sun is coming from a certain direction, then like it'll suck air through this part of the house and then the air will circulate up and then back out. You can use engineering in order to help like maintain the temperature of your house. But nothing is built that way. So yeah, like I personally feel like I cannot possibly tolerate not having air conditioning in a place where I live. Like it just feels like because of my health, I really overheat very easily. It would be a problem. Mersh says there are safe alternative energy sources and inventions that have been developed since the 1920s that would make gas engines in cars obsolete and would produce better electric cars than Tesla. Unfortunately, inventors and patent holders have been bribed, silenced, and even unalived to keep those environmentally friendlier technologies from coming into use. Why? All because fossil fuel companies would lose billions of dollars with good electric cars, etc. They're so short-sighted, fossil fuel companies. The idea that, oh, you're going to kill our profits now. Like, what do you think is going to happen when we literally run out of fossil fuels? Do you think you're going to continue making a profit if there are no more fossil fuels for you to mine? Mick says, I know this is a my dad works at Nintendo argument, but my dad works in paperboard packaging. In some cases, it is cheaper to go with paperboard over plastic. A lot of the challenge that overhauling pre-built industry and investment in machines is really hard for slim savings. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have all this infrastructure for making plastics. So it makes sense to me that it's a matter of infrastructure. I mean, it's kind of like the whole bathrooms thing. We could have unisex bathrooms, but then, you might have to actually put floor to ceiling doors and walls. And in America, our public restrooms are so shit that there's all these gaps in between the parts of the wall. And it sometimes it doesn't even, the bottom of the door is high enough that you're like, you can see my knees. It's not good. Yes, Ember points out all of these what you can do campaigns are all individualistic. Because, for example, here in New York, we banned plastic bags, but every shipment to every store is wrapped in a ton of plastic. It's all deflection. Right. And not only that, but yeah, every time you buy some food, usually it's if you buy cereal, it's wrapped in plastic inside the cardboard. Did you know about the World Climate Agreement in 1989 that John Sununu attended and pulled out on behalf of the US when he didn't even have the authority to do so? No. I didn't know that. That's crazy. What did Grandpa do? I do realize that if you haven't seen the movie or read the book that the title of this stream is based off of, oh, I guess it's down there, then you might be very confused. It's from Holes by Lois Sacker. Or is it Lewis? I can't remember. Yeah, absolutely, Mama. It's like, yeah, they're gonna have commercials. Everyone's gearing up for the latest summer craze, the Sweaty Inside Summer Challenge. Turn your air conditioning off as long as possible to see if you can take the heat. Submit your times and temperatures to exxonmobil.com to win a free $10 gift card for gas. I don't think it's a line in the book, but it is a line in the movie. They're like, she's digging holes. And she's like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. And he's like, well, that's too damn bad. So that's what the reference is. The entire climate topic can be so depressing once you try and keeping up to date with the current findings, right? I don't find it all that depressing, but that's because I've made a plan, you know? I'm like specifically moving to somewhere that's going to be climate stable, relatively speaking. I don't think there's any place on earth that's going to be completely free of it. But like, this is a huge part of what the GoFundMe is for. Like, link in the description for the GoFundMe, because I want to move somewhere where I have the right to use the public restroom, the right to change my identification, and somewhere where I can grow my own food. There's like enough space to do that and enough like climate stability to do that. So that's why I'm moving to the Pacific Northwest. And like, basically my plan is to become a person who produces a lot of my own food. Like, that's my career trajectory, is producing my own food, and like, I'm gonna make content out of that as much as I can, because I'm gonna continue making content. But like, yeah, that's like the plan for my continued existence, is how can I make sure I can still afford to eat when there are climate change induced supply chain disruptions. Yes, and I have used this title for the stream before. It's not new for sure. Every once in a while, I'm like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. There's a silent thermostat war happening in my house because my dad isn't thrilled about a high electric bill, but me and my sister are both on medications that make us overheat easily. Yikes. If Project 2025 gets in power, it will take us back to unfettered corporations such as we haven't seen since before Woodrow Wilson. Lobbyists today, combined with all this, will destroy American innovation and hold us back. I mean, that's like already starting, though. This is the part that, this is like the thing that's so frustrating, is people keep talking about Project 2025. It's like, do you mean all of the shit that's already been happening at the level of the Supreme Court for the past 5 years? Like, as far as corporations having undue power to do whatever the hell they want, you know, we're already on that route, especially with this recent repealing of the Chevron doctrine. Like, I have a story ready right here, because the idea is that corporations can just say, hey, I dispute this law, or like, I guess usually it's more of like executive powers through like things like the EPA and other agencies, that if the EPA says you can't dump PFAS in the environment, and then some corporations like, excuse me, I take issue with that, then a random judge who probably is in someone's pocket and has no expertise in the matter can just be like, shrug, I don't care. I want my friend at 3M to be able to keep dumping PFAS in the environment or whatever. Yawn. 80 viewers. We're so close to 69 likes. That would be so sexy if we got to 69 likes. Thank you all for hanging out during the hanging out part of the show. We're going to switch to news in about 10 minutes. And then if we get all of our news done today, then I'm sure we'll continue chilling for a little while after. Do you think you might find Bigfoot up there? No, but I do think I will find bears and cougars inevitably. We don't really have those in Kansas. It's like the weirdest thing is going to be being prepared to run into a bear while I'm like hunting or hiking or fishing or whatever. Did someone tell me in chat that a 9mm is probably not enough to like put a stop to a bear? Someone was like, you might need a 45 for that. I bet it was Kitty Tick. Let's warm up for news rage. Everyone say what you're mad about. Oh gosh. We got to 69 likes. Nice. Bears spook easy and run away. Yeah, you basically just have to be loud. And like, if you just like wear bells, they don't really want to fuck with you. It depends on the time of year though. If they're just coming out of hibernation, they might be hungry enough to mess with you. I agree, Ox. Yes, one of my big worries is how people are going to be like, yeah, oh, crisis averted if Trump loses. We saw the same thing with Biden. A husky was lost in Kamchatka. They started looking for him using a drone and found him hanging out with bears. Nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to start carrying bear mace. I already carry pepper spray on my keys, so I'll just have to upgrade to bear mace. Happy Sundays, Ipation. Glad you're on lunch. That's always nice. I live in British Columbia and I run into more bears than I can count. Just make sure to avoid mama bears with cubs. That shit gets scary. Yes. That is terrifying. Speaking of the GoFundMe and moving 2,000 miles across the country, it's at $8,500 raised. Of course, you take out fees and stuff, but yeah, that's crazy. Every little bit is appreciated. I'm gonna still keep it open, and the goal is 10,000 because obviously not only is everything gonna be really expensive, but also my partner is like probably not going to have a job waiting for him when we get there, which is kind of like the scariest part for me is him having to switch from being an hourly employee to like a subcontractor who has to find his own work. It's terrifying. It's like the instability of it all. And he has a few more power tools that he needs to buy, so it's going to be expensive as fuck. It's like, ooh. What's on the menu today? Meat's back on the menu, boys. Have a good nap, Fennec. Brown bears are more aggressive than black bears. That is generally what I've heard. What's your favorite part of being on Takis? Ooh, good question. I think my favorite part of being on Takis, I mean, if I'm being completely honest, my favorite part, so the Transatlantic Call-In Show, if there are any of you here who don't know, it's one of the many call-in shows on the channel The Line. I am a permanent co-host on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. So the idea is you call in, you can ask trans people questions, and there's like 3 different varieties of callers that we get. We get trans people calling in to talk to us about some kind of specific trans niche thing, like, you know, how do I know what gender I am, or questions kind of like that. And then there's like allies who call in and they ask like, how can I perfect my arguments? Like, what can I say if somebody says this? Or how can I help somebody in my life who's trans? And then the third caller is my favorite caller. I don't know what this says about me, but I am most partial to the calls where we get to talk to someone who is not actively supportive of trans people. Like someone who's like, well, I'm a traditionalist, or I'm skeptical of all this gender stuff. I am just... I eat that shit up. I love it. To the extent that I have considered going on, excuse me, some of these panel shows. Like, you know, Demon Mama used to do the Hippy Dippy panel shows. And I would love to do something like that without risking exposing myself to neo-Nazis. That's the one thing that I don't want to do, is like expose myself to neo-Nazis and people who want to dox and take down all of the White Leaf website contributors and stuff. Yeah, so I have that urge to argue with people. And it's nice on the Transatlantic Call-In Show because I am in control. I can hang up on these people, or I can mute them if they're talking over me or something. So that is definitely my favorite part of being on the line, for sure. I actually first learned about you through Takis. Nice. Thank you for joining us over here on the channel. Yeah, I've decided to stay away from Hippy Dippy because I just don't really see I just don't see that working out for me. It could be fun, but I also think that it could result in like my channel getting swarmed by people who I don't want to be here. I feel like you are too nice to some of the callers on Takis. You know, you have to keep in mind that the point of a show like that, or any debate, literally any time you're having a public disagreement, the point is to try to convince people who are watching. Like, if you're doing a debate, it's not even about who's actually right. It's about who looks like they're right. And that's, I guess, might come across a little bit cynical, but really that's what it is. You don't have to be correct in order to look correct. And so I, as a trans person, as a femme, like, I have to be aware that if I immediately start being like fiery at somebody, that is going to make me look less credible, even if I'm right. Like, people criticize Arden quite a bit for this, is like, because she's a trans woman and she does lose her patience a little bit faster than I do. And people criticize her for it. And I'm not saying that they're right to, but it just is a fact, you know? And it's a big criticism that people have of Matt Dillahunty. A lot of you who watch Takis don't watch some of the other shows on the line because Matt Dillahunty is on them and he kind of jumps to that fiery response much sooner. I've seen y'all talk about it in the comments multiple times. So yeah, I try to give someone the benefit of the doubt. I try to explain myself to them. I try to make sure that the audience is going to be receptive to what I'm saying. I do agree that we need to post the spicy callers as clips more often. But Honestly, I think that Takis is the lowest performing show on the whole network. And also, you got to remember too, like, I don't know why, but the clip shows, like, the clips are like 2 months behind the live shows. I don't really understand why they do it that way, but if I have a really good spicy caller this week on Thursday, if they decide to post that to the channel, it will not come up for 2 months. Yeah, exactly. If the merits of the argument were all that mattered, conservatism would have died out a long time ago. Sometimes Matt isn't just angry, he's being a dick for no reason. Listen, I don't watch him. I don't watch any of the shows on the line. Like, sometimes I'll watch Takis on the days that I'm not on there, but I have no idea what Matt is like nowadays, and I'm not going to disagree with you if you guys think that he's just kind of being a dick. I understand. I get it. Yeah, we definitely don't only have people who disagree calling in. We try to make it pretty balanced. Typically, we'll only get one spicy transphobe caller, and then we'll have like 4 or 5 pro-trans people on. Forrest is great though on all the line shows. Watch Forrest. Guys, this is just not how I spend my free time. I spend my free time like rewatching Hot Ones episodes. That's what I did last night. Yeah. I love Forrest Valkai though. I would love to join him on one of the other shows. Like if I could tag team with Forrest, I think that would be a lot of fun. I like the calls where people are just trying to learn. That can be pretty nice. Yeah, when people are like, I am trying to be supportive, but I feel uncomfortable about this particular thing. Yeah, if we can help smooth that over, that's great. Hi, Hella. Right now we're talking about the Transatlantic Call-In show. We had a question where someone asked me what's my favorite part of being on it. So that's what we're talking about right now. 97 viewers. I would love to get to 100 likes today if we can. We're about to start the news here in a moment because I am behind. I have a lot of stuff to cover, so I want to make sure that we can get to all of it. We might even go a little bit later today if I can't manage to get to all of it. Lux and Forrest on Skep Talk, let's see it. Listen, go comment. Go comment on videos on the line and say that you want me on Skep Talk with Forrest because, you know, they might respond to if the community asks for it. The schedule is just usually so full already. Which is why I haven't been on any of the other shows. I didn't find you from Takis. I found you through Jimmy, though. Oh, yeah, that one time, like, 5 years ago when I made a video with Jimmy about, like, a bunch of different LGBTQ terminology. Is that the one? It hurt his channel when we posted that video. Like, he lost a bunch of subscribers. It was really sad. Zypation, thank you. That is our first donation for today. That's very sweet of you. Enjoy your gifted tier 1 sub, Alexis or something. We have some custom emojis. I hope you enjoy. Thank you. As usual, if we get to $100 on donations, whether that's super chat or website donations or GoFundMe donations, which I still do have the GoFundMe open. Oh, actually, we did get we got a $10 donation on GoFundMe a few minutes ago, so let me add that one. I will flex my muscles. I'm in the middle of a cut, so my muscles might not be growing, but I'm also trying to lose body fat. Mars in the YouTube chat says, Trump said he would undo a new Biden administration rule expanding Title IX to prohibit discrimination of transgender students on, quote, day one. Well, one of the news items that we have today is about the fact that the Supreme Court literally just said that they're not going to enforce Title IX as Biden has expanded it. So again, we don't even need to wait for Trump to get in office for these bad things to start happening. It's going to take a few minutes for that to pop up on the screen because it's weird through YouTube for some reason. But thank you, David Johnson, for the $2 super chat. Says you have an awesome channel. Thank you. The channel wouldn't be half as cool as it is if it weren't for the fact that you all are in here in the chat, chatting with me. So I appreciate that. $17. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, true. Crazy how the atheist community split into a bunch of normal people and a bunch of people who are exactly as irrational as the religions they criticize. Yeah. Who appointed that Supreme Court, and why are you so hostile to acknowledging that one party is causing all of those problems you state? Weird stuff. I mean, it's mostly because people treat the Democratic Party like they're going to be our fucking saviors. And it's like, and people, people keep saying, focusing on Project 2025 as though it's a thing that's going to happen in the future. But like this widespread degradation of human rights has happened under Biden's watch, So it's like, the thing that I chafe against is the idea that, like, yes, one party is going out of their way to make things worse, but the other party is not responding commensurately with an appropriate amount of backlash. Like they're just like the Democrats keep getting pulled further to the right and keep not doing things to like effectively combat what has been going on, like that's the problem that I have. People, people think it's adequate to vote in Democrats, and it's not adequate. Yeah, I'll take the bad ending. Incoming for 400. Yeah, exactly, Gayfesh. Democrats keep acting like institutionalism is an effective response to the other party undermining institutionalism. Yeah, it's hard not to see this as something that the Democrats are mostly just going to campaign on. Because like Max said earlier, Obama campaigned, and fucking every Democrat in the past 50 years has campaigned on, we are going to make Roe versus Wade into law. We're going to sign legislation. And then they just don't, like, as soon as they get voted in, it stops being a priority. They just don't do anything about it. So it does kind of seem like mostly Democrats use the Republicans doing bad things to gain votes. And then when Democrats get in office, promising to do all these reforms and changes, and then they just don't do shit. It's so frustrating. Yeah. Listen, your team can pick up the soccer ball and walk it into the goal and hire gunmen to shoot our players, but we're taking the high road and playing by the rules. Yeah. Like, nothing good is going to happen under this current system, I don't think. Like, why does Marjorie Taylor Greene still have a job? Like she is implicated in the January 6th insurrection, right? Like literally trying to overthrow the government. And yet she still has a job in the government, like impacting human people's lives. Why? Why has she not been arrested and stripped of authority? That is a thing that should have happened. That is a proportional response. I'm not saying not to vote. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. What is wrong with you? I'm not saying not to vote. I'm saying it's insufficient. God, shut the fuck up. God, electionists are so fucking annoying. This is why I'm an anarchist. You people are fucking annoying. Bye. Stupid fucking annoying moron. Oh, good gracious. I agree. Liberals are so fixated on decorum and procedure that they keep on handling shit like the "this is fine" meme. Yeah. Also, it's under this Democratic president and his executive branch CDC that we're still seeing millions of COVID infections and thousands of deaths and thousands of cases of long COVID every year. We love Democrats, don't we? Sam Alito should have been stripped of his position for supporting the insurrection. Frankly, I don't know how long this can go on before people start taking matters into their own hands. Yeah, no, you're being a moron because you just extrapolated me saying that voting for Democrats is insufficient as me saying not to vote. Like, you've been here before, haven't you? I've seen your username. You've been here before, Mars Falcon. Both parties are shit. One party has shit with glass in it, but they're both shit. And I think that it's very silly to pretend like voting for them is sufficient to prevent things from happening. Why the bad faith attack? Oh, because you had a bad faith interpretation of what I said. You said not voting is counter-revolutionary. I didn't say not to vote. When did I say not to vote? Are you arguing against somebody who is not really here? Are the anti-voter people in the room with us right now? And like Clarence Thomas too. Why does Clarence Thomas still have a job? Why has he not been arrested? Huzzah, baby finally down for a nap, being a bit stubborn. Yeah, sorry, right? I'm sorry you were trying to put the baby down for a nap. I just started yelling at people. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that when you're commenting in chat, unless you're directly replying to other people in chat, I'm going to construe your comments as being directed toward me. And I have dealt with a lot of really irritating people recently who seem to think that I'm telling them not to vote. And it just makes me feel like, yeah, like you might have a deficit of intelligence if you are in this context conversation saying that like being anti-voting is counter-revolutionary. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. I never said not to vote. Yes, it would be easier to get toward an anarchist way of living under Democrats than it would be under... Okay, but who are you responding to? If you're saying in this context, not voting is counter-revolution, like who the fuck are you responding to? What are you responding to? Nothing in this chat. Goodbye. Thank you, Ateen, for the $10 donation. I escaped an evangelical home and community. The Seven Mountains Mandate is literally real. Please look into it more. People need to know what they are doing. Oh, I haven't heard of that. The Seven Mountains Mandate? Or maybe it's mentioned during chat a couple times. Thank you for your donation, though. I really appreciate that. Brings us up to $27 for today's show. 103 people in here. How close can we get to 100 likes? Yeah, Gayfesh says you should vote and you should also stop acting like criticizing the Democrats means you will stop people from voting. Yeah. I went overseas for school and work and I only got back to America about a year and a half ago. You guys have messed up systems that make no sense. Yeah, no, definitely. You keep saying goodbye and then you keep malding. Are you going to leave or are you going to stay here and continue to argue with me? Like, that's twice now that you've said you're going to leave. Yeah, I'm annoyed because why are you telling me that not voting is counter-revolutionary? That's what I'm, because you just told me, a person who is like voting and supports people voting, like, why did you say to me that not voting is counter-revolutionary? Nobody in here is against voting, so who are you responding to when you say that? Oh, sorry. When you say good luck out there and then you say peace, that typically means you're leaving. Who's being disingenuous now? Chat. If someone says like, I'm a moron, got it, peace, what does that mean? Does that mean I'm going to stay and continue talking to you? Or does that mean peace out? I'm autistic, but I'm not that fucking retarded, okay? Please don't feed the troll. This person isn't usually a troll. Like, I've seen them in chat before being completely normal. Yeah, if you say, okay, got it, I'm a moron, peace, it means peace out, I'm leaving. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the problem is that people continuously construe my criticism of the Democrats as like advocating against voting for the Democrats. And what you said was exactly the same as what all those people have basically said. If you're in the middle of being like, why are you treating the Democrats and the Republicans as though they're the same? And then you say anti-voting is counter-revolutionary. Like, the context of your the discussion that you're having is that my criticisms of the Democrats and me saying that they fucking suck is somehow an endorsement of not voting. I leafing if I piecing. I say bye because I need some attention for the road. True. Anywhoozle. Ooh, we're so close to 100 likes today. Okay. Jesus, we're 20 minutes late on getting into the news. Okay. Oh my God. So a completely different person in the chat just said voting in a way that enables fascism makes you a fascist. You can vote for whoever you want, but that has social consequences. Dude, if there was a third party socialist candidate and I voted for them and that took away votes from the Democrats and then a right winger won, are you saying that voting for a socialist makes me a fascist? Can you fucking think through the things that you say for more than like 10 seconds? Because that is easily the dumbest thing I've seen this week. Of course, I wasn't on the line this week, so maybe there were dumber things on the line, but no, that's the dumbest thing I've seen this week. Christ. The Seven Mountains is a strategy to take control of American society and government and force it to become an evangelical Christian nation state with nationalist state with zero separation of church and state. It's being implemented by a group of super rich Christian radicals in an organization called Ziklag. They're trying to suppress voting as well. Jesus Christ. The dumbest thing I've seen this week is that my cat somehow climbed a small tree that I can look at the top of and got stuck. No, poor baby. The seven areas, the seven areas in the Seven Mountains theorem or whatever. It's these movements influence society, and the areas that they seek to influence here are family, religion, education, media, entertainment, business, and government. Yeah, that would do it, I guess. You're pretty much hitting all the major points. Yeah, I do have the Seven Mountains thing pulled up. I just didn't plan on talking about it today, so. And it's basically like, is this functionally any different than Project 2025? Like, or is it just the same thing with like a different name? The dumbest thing I've seen all week actually is the Aaron Green stuff. Wait, is there more stuff about Aaron Green? Wait, wait, did I miss something? Is she still trying to make a career for herself online? Like, just take the L at some point. What's going on with Aaron Green? Dumbest thing I've seen this week is not much because it's 1:24 p.m. on Sunday. Well, like in the past week. Dumbest thing I've seen this week means like in the past 7 days, you know? Also, that's a very America-centric view because other countries start their week on Monday. The Poppyverse has been defending her. Oh, okay. So I've seen some of that before. I did see Poppy herself being like, oh, a mistake that you made a long time ago. You probably weren't malicious anyway, and that you shouldn't be defined by it now. Like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Spoken like somebody with fucking skeletons in her closet. Yeah, we were actually going to cover that today, Neb. The Heritage Foundation training modules. It'll help me rest my voice a little bit. Heritage Foundation are the ones that made Project 2025, and they are deep in the Seven Mountains. Okay. Yeah, it's basically the same thing, but Seven Mountain Mandate might be older. Like it might be an older concept. Or I guess Project 2025 is just probably a repackaging of this. Yeah, this movement came to prominence in 2013. Oh my gosh, I need to stop chewing on my lip when it starts to get a little bit chapped. I started using Aquaphor for my lips because it has lanolin in it, and that seems to be helping how chapped my lips get. I can't really do anything about how dehydrated I am. I did order some salt tablets to hopefully help me retain my fluids. Ooh, just throwing stuff across my desk. I get a free touch-up on my tattoo because some of the parts got fucked up when the scabs fell off. And so I'm gonna get that done in a couple weeks. I'm very excited. I'm an anti-imperialist, except for the week starts on Sunday, Euro scum. Okay, why don't we start our first little reaction segment? That way I can rest my voice a little bit. I need my headphones. That's nice. Where did you get it? Just a local shop. Probably nothing anybody here has heard of. I've heard hand tats are painful. Oh no, I didn't get a hand tat. It's not on my hands, but I have heard that they suck. Mostly I've heard that it vibrates your bones a lot, and that's really uncomfortable. But this tattoo is on my thigh. And you can go to my Fansly if you want to see it. Is that, yeah, I've heard mixed things about the new Alien movie. That it might be kind of decent. Okay. We've been talking about Project 2025 for a bit now, and there was a leak about a week ago, and I'm finally getting around to watching this because it's kind of a long video, but I want to watch this private training video that was leaked from the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is like, you know, the right-wing group that has been behind a lot of these, you know, lawsuits attacking gay marriage and attacking trans rights. And yeah, like just generally all the things that you can think of that you don't want to happen in society because it's motivated by like Christian nationalism. The Heritage Foundation is probably involved. So this is a training video that has been sent out to basically teach conservative politicians how to talk about the upcoming administration. Like if the conservatives were to win, like this is them talking about their platform, I guess. And I wanted to go ahead and watch this and respond and kind of get a feel for, you know, the insider's look. Because we've been looking at this mostly from the outside. Although, to be fair, Project 2025 has a 900-page manifesto, and we've gone over some parts of it. You can literally just go and read what they intend to do. Like how they intend to conflate transgender ideology with pornography and make pornography illegal and punishable by jail time. So, like, okay, so they want to not only make porn illegal and punishable by jail time, but they also want to make trans people illegal and punishable by jail time. Great. So, yeah, it's not like their public persona is hiding anything, really. But yeah, we're going to really kind of find out today what the Heritage Foundation is pushing to these conservatives in the background. Let me get my volumes kind of figured out here.
Or moving forward with any official or internal document.
All right. So now that we have identified the problem,
I know that you can't see it. Hold on.
let's give the viewers a taste of what we saw in the Trump administration. Bethany and I were both part of a coordinated effort.
Okay, I just wanted to get the volume figured out. I agree. It would be great if their tactics this election bite them so hard that they actually force the Republican Party to pivot and become moderate. That would be crazy. Like, yeah, this extremism stuff is not working even for Republican voters for the most part. So yeah, let's get in and see what this whole kerfuffle is all about. ProPublica and Documented obtained videos from the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 that are intended to train political appointees for the next conservative administration. We are publishing the videos unedited. The Heritage Foundation did not respond to requests for comment.
Hi, I'm Katie Sullivan, and just a normal American woman. But to the left, that makes...
Former Acting Assistant Attorney General, Office of Justice Programs, U.S. Department of Justice. Okay, I'm a normal woman. Like, what a way to start out, especially in this day and age of, you know, the prevalence of the weird on the right. Like, for them to just be like, I'm just a normal woman. It's like, okay, which to the left means, what does it mean to the left?
Me a cisgendered ethno-imperialist birthing person with pronouns she, her. Words like that are quite...
Still not managing to get the grammar down. I'm cisgendered. No, you're not. You're cisgender. You're also... What is that about ethno something or other? Like that... Okay. Anyway. I feel like there's too much to respond to already.
Quite a mouthful. And it's one America needs to spit out before we choke on it.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
This great nation will endure as it has endured.
Just a whole lot of America is so great imagery. Like, that's all right, cool. It's interesting, though, how the Heritage Foundation seems to be against, you know, the whole concept of elections. And yet they're like, in here, they're enshrining this, oh, every 4 years we do this miraculous thing where people vote and all that. Yeah, why does so much of what the right say sound so incredibly gay? It's weird. I mean, it's revealing.
We'll revive and we'll prosper.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world, America's future will be in your hands.
Sure thing, Reagan. Thanks. You let like hundreds of thousands of gay people die. Love you so much. Presidential Transition Project. Oh no. Oh no. They used the trigger word transition. How could they? That's so woke. Hidden meanings. The monsters in the attic. Oh my god. I'm gonna need to speed this up, I think.
Bethany, are your children afraid of monsters in the attic or under the bed?
Yeah, they have been, but we always tell them that they do not exist.
Today we have news. There are monsters in Uncle Sam's attic.
It's the words, phrases, definitions that are used, which may look like one thing, but absolutely mean another. And it is scary.
This is a training video, guys. This is a training video.
During this training, we will identify the problem, discuss examples from our time in the federal government, as well as the 5 cross-cutting principles of the current administration. We will teach you how to unwind the words and phrases that have been so artfully layered into every document in the federal government. You can do this in any role at any level of seniority. This training will prepare you to make changes and fast. The left continually pivots and assaults definitions and phrases, They twist words and phrases to support subconscious acceptance of a philosophy that was rejected or is against the grain of human existence, like, what is a woman? Perhaps the most effective tool the left wields is their ability.
I love how, yeah, they're just going to keep hammering on this transgenderism stuff. That's like the only thing that they have. Oh, it's so crazy. They just think you can define a woman however you want to. Like, all right, guys, chill out.
To engage in constant subliminal advertising through their narrative, words, and phrases. Marxism.
Subliminal. Oh, no, she said Marxism. I paused it too early. She said Marxism. Oh, wow. I also love being accused of like twisting society to the way that we want it to be when, yeah, it's genuinely, this is what they are doing. They're using all these buzzwords, you know, I mean, literally calling us groomers and stuff. Are you trying to tell me that that's not propaganda buzzwords for the purpose of twisting the narrative to suit you? It is strange. Yeah, this training video is like indoctrinating the already indoctrinated. Yeah, Republicans go one sentence without attacking trans people. Challenge level impossible. Yeah, let's make a right-wing buzzword bingo game. It can't be a drinking game, though, or we will all die.
Socialism, then democratic socialism, and is now represented by the terms social justice and equity. This is perhaps the most scary of
equity is a scary word.
All.
Katie, what brings to mind is the quote, "He who controls the language rules the world." It's attributed to Joseph Stalin and other tyrants. And George Orwell stated, "He who controls language controls culture." Even more, Hitler and others lived by the creed. If you repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it. Without doubt, it's true. Language is a powerful and often controlling tool.
Career bureaucrats and the left.
This is like 1984 shit. This is 1984 shit right now. Yeah, they're basically training conservatives right now to hear something other than what someone is saying. Like when someone says, we want equity, they're like, that means Marxism. Yeah, what year is it right now? Goodness.
Are also using language to change culture and gain more and more authority, thereby upsetting the balance of power envisioned by our founding fathers. This, in essence, weaponized language against the American people.
This training is vital to you as a political appointee. If there's one thing you take from this training, it is to know when you start your job as a political appointee, every single word, phrase, and acronym must be vetted, and you must determine what implications every word has before publishing or moving forward with any official or internal document.
All right, so now that we have identified the problem, let's give the viewers a taste of what we saw in the Trump administration. Bethany and I were both part of a coordinated effort in the Trump administration focused on trying to take back hijacked language and definitions across the United States government and even at our engagements in the United Nations.
You mean instead of doing something fucking useful like, you know, fixing the economy? This is what they decided to use their time to do instead of doing something useful that actually helps people.
From our experiences, we will teach you how to identify the left's progressive language, scrutinize career staff compositions for dangerous language, and how to combat their manipulative efforts, ensuring clarity of definition and conservative intention. Bethany and I are going to give you some examples of what we mean by this.
Yeah, reminder, they think this is normal behavior.
Need to always ensure clarity, but in no way are we able to foresee the future and anticipate how the progressive left will continue to co-opt even more words and definitions. We can tell you the words and phrases being used today, but by the time you enter the administration, these examples may be obsolete. This will help you spot crucial issue areas to pay close attention to. We do not know what they will be calling men and women by the time you begin your tenure with the administration. The left is trying to dismantle America and rebuild it in their own image by using the art.
This is coming from the party of people who literally tried to undermine the election. Oh, the Democrats want to dismantle America. Like literally the Democrats are clinging to institutionalism while the Republicans are trying to destroy the institutions. Bring up the bite model. I don't know that I'm familiar with the bite model. Do I need to Google something right now? BITE stands for behavior, information, thought, and emotional control. It's like you're seeking to control all these different aspects of people. Oh, it's a model of how cults operate. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that seems to make sense to me in this context. Steve Hassan is the world's leading expert on cults, and he developed the BITE model to help evaluate them. Cool. Well, at least, you know, we've got some pre-existing models upon which to view this strange behavior.
Art of deception, and words and definitions are their weapon of choice. Remember, words change culture. Bethany, with your extensive experience with both domestic and international policy issues, and in light of your role in leadership positions at USAID, can you walk us through some examples of how the left uses words, weaponizes really, words and definitions? And if you could do that in a context of the cross-cutting issues that are identified in the mandate for leadership, and really, as we understand, the cross-cutting issues were identified because they are the pillars of the Biden administration. And so they've been layered into virtually every document in the federal government. If you could walk us through some of those examples, I think it would be incredibly helpful.
I'd be happy to, absolutely. The 5 topic areas for today's discussion are centered on women, children, and family, environment, human rights and border security, the gender cult, and equity. The first topic, women, children, and family. I worked on international issues and very closely followed the language presented at the United Nations.
Oh my God, that's a great point, Anarchic Fox. Remember when conservatives thought language was harmless when they say bigoted things, but now language is suddenly a dangerous tool that shapes the entirety of society? This is giving Nazi propaganda energy. Yeah, truly.
And I saw up close and personal how this indeed is true. Language is used to control culture. I'll never forget a conversation I had with the chief of staff at USAID. We are trying to provide alternative language for the highly controversial phrase comprehensive sexuality education, or CSE, which at the United Nations had come to mean not just typical sex education, but instead had been morphed into teaching and normalizing sex at very early ages, even as young as preschool, and for girls who became pregnant, that abortion was a preferable method of birth control.
Okay, so first of all, abortion is not birth control. Duh. The states that don't teach about birth control have the highest rates of teen pregnancy. And yes, yeah, you might need to teach preschoolers what sexual acts are so that they can correctly identify abuse. Yeah, we should reset a stopwatch every time they take a shot at trans people. We would not get longer than 2 minutes, I don't think. But yeah, like, it's crazy the grooming shit that they come out with. Like, every single time they say that they're against teaching young people what sexual acts are, it's like, this is the key way that grooming happens, because you're just like, shush, it's our little secret. We're just not gonna tell anybody. And then if the kid doesn't know that this is an inappropriate sexual act, that like people shouldn't be touching them in these places or whatever, then yeah, that enables abuse to go on for years and years and years. God, disgusting. Anyway.
Back to the conversation with the chief of staff. He suggested several alternatives, but each time I told him that, unfortunately, his recommended edit was also interpreted as CSE. Frustrated, he vented. They have literally...
Yeah, also straight up saying that children shouldn't be able to get abortions if they've been assaulted. Yeah. Like, yeah, we should force 12-year-olds to give birth and probably die in the process, apparently, according to these people.
Co-opted the English language. And it was at that moment that I realized that the progressive left is controlling the language, redefining definitions, and by doing so, are ruling the world. On a positive note, despite all the angst that we did succeed on that negotiation, DevEx published an article with the headline, "No Mention of Reproductive Rights in Declarations Out of G7 Development Ministerial." You can read more about this in the course materials section. Now, let's talk about the word abortion. The left got very creative years ago and started using different words to make abortion sound a little less like murder. For example, sexual and reproductive health, reproductive rights, sexual and reproductive health services, reproductive health services, health services, sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights, sexual and reproductive...
It's not that like all of these different things could actually be broader encompassing, like sexual and reproductive health. That's not just abortion, dumbasses. That's also like preventative screening exams for cancer. That's also birth control access. It's also STI screening. Yeah, truly, I wish we ruled the world just through words. Imagine everybody gets healthcare. We just speak the magic words. Somebody co-opted Bethany's eyebrows. I was just so focused on her teeth and how she's showing them constantly and how uncomfortable that makes me, you know? Why do they always seem like creepy? It's like, I want to say creepy eldritch beings, but like in a bad way, you know? I am partial to some eldritch beings. Also, yeah, let's try to pretend like forcing a 12-year-old to give birth isn't a murder, like isn't a death sentence. Yeah. Housing for all. Now magically housing is all free and everybody has it, right? My words, I spake it into existence. Goodness gracious.
Of health and rights. All of these include abortion. For years, we knew that the terms
They all
above
include abortion, sure, because abortion is part of comprehensive sexual health access.
that I just mentioned had been used and that they were code for abortion.
Sleeves, yeah, the sleeves are not flattering.
And career bureaucrats at state and USAID told us, oh, no, no, no. But then when I was negotiating with Canada for the G7 Development Ministerial, I said, well, can we just use these terms and add that does not include abortion? And their response was telling. They said, but it does include abortion. Even with that admission, I had a difficult time convincing political appointees.
Well, yeah, something in Canada. But yes, comprehensive reproductive and sexual health includes access to abortion because guess what? Sometimes people will die without abortion. It's crazy. What a concept. Getting them mad at umbrella terms is important to give Republicans cover for banning things that everyone wants. Like sexual reproductive health care bans are about taking health care away under the guise of anti-abortion stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't really be surprised by that at all. Oh, Canada apparently is not part of the G7 anyway. Interesting. But yeah, if they can get rid of all sexual and reproductive health under the guise of getting rid of abortion, then yeah, it's that whole give them an inch, take a mile thing where they're like, they do want to undermine access to birth control and gynecological exams. And if you have cancer, that's just God's will or whatever. I hate it when leftists use words that actually mean stuff.
That these terms were co-opted. Another example hits closer to home and highlights how imperative it is for political appointees to ensure definitions are correct and explicitly followed. 3 days after President Trump took office on January 20th, 2017, he issued a presidential memorandum regarding the Mexico City policy. This became known as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, or the expanded Mexico City policy. When I arrived at USAID in June 2017, I was the first political appointee in a bureau outside the front office and the sixth political appointee in the building. Despite President Trump issuing a presidential memorandum at the very onset of his administration to immediately change course and to protect life, even months later, his guidance was ignored. I remember hearing careers refer to this policy and even seeing documents that referred to it as the global gag order. I immediately told the career staff that we do not refer to it as a global gag order, but instead appropriately as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance policy. To some, it may seem inconsequential, but it actually was completely undermining the president and the
Omar says actually the Canada is part of G7. Okay, cool. Sorry. Thank you for your correction though.
American people who had elected President Trump. So opposed to this policy change, the left actually started a new organization and an international movement called She Decides, which invited NGOs and other foreign governments to join and actively promote abortion services and advocacy, essentially joining together to try to counter what the Trump administration was doing to protect life. Language matters.
Bethany, it's incredible how the left is able.
I just don't like what else can you say about abortion at this point? Like, also, this is happening, like, this video is happening after Roe v. Wade has already been overturned. Like, I really despise this shit when they're like, it's like when J.K. Rowling still bitches about children and young people having access to hormone blockers or anything. Like, y'all already won. You can shut up now. It's now illegal for trans youth to get this medicine, even on the private healthcare. Like, they're going to start a family investigation and take your kids away if you do this stuff, you know? It's like, you've already won. You don't need to keep banging on about abortion. I only have a protected right to abortion because for all the other weirdness about Kansas, we did vote to protect the right to abortion and it's enshrined in our state constitution. But yeah, you don't need to keep talking about it. You've already won. Oh my God, shut up. Anyway.
Able to make killing children and babies a pro movement. I mean, their narrative is just incredible. And
yeah, like speaking of disgusting assertions of language that change the narrative and thought control, killing children and babies. Like, how many times do I need to assert this? If I have a freshly fertilized zygote in one hand and a fully formed human baby in one hand, and I drop both of them at the same time, which one do you think one of these Republican women is actually going to reach for and grab and try to save? Realistically, you know? They do understand the difference between a fetus and a human baby, but they will pretend not to so that they can twist the narrative and call us baby killers. Like, again, and this is like a Bible organization, like a Christian organization. Didn't God like command in several instances for the Christian armies to like dash the infants against the fucking pavement? Yeah, no, we weren't supposed to see this. This is for the fanatics. Yeah, even if I had 100 zygotes in one hand and a baby in the other. Yeah, and I guess it's always worth mentioning that even if you make abortion illegal, abortions continue to happen at the same rate. It's just that more people die getting them. Yeah, what about that time that God, like, sent a bear down to eat, like, 40 kids because they made fun of a dude for being bald? Excuse me. DBH, I think insisting that it's objectively not murder is a more valuable talking point than bodily autonomy. No. Okay, I've actually completely shifted to the other direction on this because I used to be like, it's not murder, it's not a human person. But I think that that's just a pointless argument. I think that in today's America, you'll win that argument much more easily if you concede, sure, I concede that a fetus is an entire human person, right? But an entire other human person does not have the right to steal my organs and like take up residence inside my body and kill me. I have the right to lethal self-defense. In the United States of America, the maternal mortality rate is higher than any other developed nation. I have the right to lethal self-defense. If another person is threatening my body, then I have the right to retaliate against that person. So I honestly think that that's a much better argument about abortion. Like, first of all, yes, I agree that a fetus is not equivalent to a human person, but I think that I'm just going to leave that at the door. Like, I'm going to leave that on the table. And the argument that I would rather make is like, okay, sure. Let me just agree for the sake of the argument that a fetus is equivalent to a whole human person. I have the right to kill someone who is threatening my life. Like, point blank, period. Yeah. And also the Bible literally has like an abortion potion that it teaches you how to make in order to determine if a wife has been committing infidelities. Yes, abortion is protected by the Second Amendment. Oh, gosh. Also, offhand, I can remember 4 times that God directly commanded killing babies. True. Yep. Okay, let's continue.
So opposite of what the reality of the situation is. We see that also with with environment, right? So I remember when I was in school, in elementary school, we were taught that we were all going to be frozen over by an ice age. And of course, this was terrifying. And then in the 80s, it was acid rain. We were all going to die from the acid rain. And then it moved to global warming.
I mean, rainwater is not safe to drink anywhere on the planet anymore, actually.
Which I think, most of the people watching this tape will remember. That was during the Obama administration.
Yes.
And then science comes along and disproves the global warming theory in large part, and we have one of the most frigid winters ever known. And then the next thing you know, they're calling it climate change. Now, I always understood that climate change meant seasons. Our climate does change all the time, but of course,
I feel when I can't tell the difference between weather and climate. Classic. This is classic. We're really running through the classics here.
Of course, that's not what's meant by the left. What do you think about about the left's words and definitions in the environment?
That's a great point, Katie. They don't stop. Climate change, allegedly, is everywhere. And if the American people elect
I feel when I understand what the word climate means.
conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate change references from absolutely everywhere. And according to our intelligence community, the #1 threat facing our country today is, drumroll, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI, climate change. This shows how the federal government is all in on this issue. And climate change activists wield a lot of power. This is an issue to pay attention to as it
No, we don't. Climate change activists don't have any power. That's why it's not going to stop at all.
has infiltrated every part of the federal government. Now, when I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control, don't you? I think about the people who don't want you to have children because of the impact on the environment. Perhaps not everyone will make that connection, but after spending time...
That's so strange. Yeah, them feigning confusion is very funny. And yeah, them, like, okay, the very first thing I think of when I hear climate change is population control. Like, all right. I'm pretty ADHD, but even that takes a few more leaps than I'm easily capable of identifying. Could they not find a spokesperson that looks less like the Grim Reaper? Oh no. Ah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she kind of does. She kind of does look like the Grim Reaper. The climate change is just seasons argument is weird because climate change is really messing up the seasons. Yeah. Like, remember when we used to have autumn in Kansas? Now we just go straight from summer into winter and it sucks balls. And summer is just longer and longer. And like winter and autumn and spring are all shorter and they suck now. Not beating the weirdo accusations. Oh my goodness.
Time in the international space trying to protect life, I can tell you that this is part of their ultimate goal, to control people. Let me share a personal example of how the left seeks to permeate every dimension of life through their skewed terminology and definition. When I arrived at USAID, I had a career employee ask me how many children I had. I thought it was a bit odd of a question, but to be kind, I answered, and I said I had 3 children. And he actually said to me, "Oh wow, 1.5 too many for the environment." I smiled and I said very politely, if I could have 10 more children, I would. The policy book captures the essence of climate change. And I quote, "In the name of combating climate change, policies have been used to create an artificial energy scarcity that will require trillions of dollars in new investment, supported with taxpayer subsidies to address a problem that government and special interests themselves have created." Page 364, end of quote. Population growth, environmental changes, and weather patterns have all been intertwined by the left. They take or even make up a term and create, extend, and alter the definition to validate whatever ideology or position they want to ingrain and convince others is good, when in reality it's not. Often, as you just heard, they are simply not coherent or logical. Remember, our intelligence community identified climate change.
Just because you're stupid doesn't mean that it's incoherent or illogical. Oh no.
As the #1 threat to America. So even if you do not work at the Department of Energy, no matter where you work, because of the Biden administration's executive orders and policy priorities, you will have to look for climate change language and get rid of it.
Bethany, when you were talking about how the left has co-opted so many words and weaponized so many words when it comes to abortion, and that's something that political appointees in the next administration are going to have to really look at, this idea that it's a right. There's many phrases that included rights. Is there other places where rights are used as a catch-all and it means something else?
Katie, that's a great question. And in fact, #3 is human rights. Human rights and border security. So rights, rights, rights. The left is always coming up with new rights. In the Trump administration, we countered human rights with unalienable rights. The careers went absolutely crazy at USAID. But thankfully, President Trump had established a commission on unalienable rights at the State Department. And we would just point back to...
She's also not even saying that word right. It's inalienable, not unalienable. Just little nitpicks. I mean, if we're picking nits, then, you know.
The commission. Sadly, our founding documents were not sufficient, but thankfully the commission was. The Department of State's Commission on Unalienable Rights was charged with providing the U.S. government with advice on human rights grounded in our nation's founding principles and the principles of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, I'm going to turn over border security to you, Katie, as it deals with legalese.
And we all know that border security is a major issue, and the differences between a conservative presidency and administration and the current administration couldn't be more stark than in this area.
Except didn't Biden continue the policies of children's separation? Like, I'm pretty sure that Biden is not great on border, but they're just gonna lie. She said unalienable. Unalienable. Oh gosh. Yeah, them saying that you need to scrub the words climate change or any climate related language from policies as part of your job. Yeah. I guess that's one thing that I'll grant Biden, is that Biden has at least tried to put some climate change initiatives in place. Yeah, Biden continued every border policy and added more. Also, yeah, you have to like literally be in the country in order to apply for asylum. That's how it works. You have to enter the country and then start the asylum process. Biden sent more funding to border patrol. Yeah. Also, yes, agree. Thank you, Max. I feel like this never gets brought up. The 9th Amendment specifically says just because a right hasn't been enumerated in the Constitution doesn't mean you don't have the right. They knew that they weren't going to be able to cover all the bases when it was written. So anytime you don't have a right that's explicitly enumerated, you could just invoke the 9th Amendment. Like, okay, well, just because the founding fathers didn't think of it doesn't mean that I don't have the right. Unless there is a specific motivated reason to say that I don't have the right, then I should have the right. The painfully obviously scripted questions that make this sound conversational. Yeah. Climate change causally affecting birth rates. IDK, if I've seen a paper like that exactly, but if that's true, it's due to factors exogenous to the population. She was basically trying to say that there are people going, oh, you know, if you have a lot of children, then there's a ripple effect of your, yeah, and then we were talking about it before the segment started, but your carbon footprint, you know, like the best thing you can do for your carbon footprint is to kill yourself because, you know, your existence has an impact on the environment. So if you have a lot of children, that has a negative impact on the environment. And so I guess, like, according to her very real story, everybody clapped. She was being questioned by somebody who was like, wow, you have too many children to be good for the climate. Which, like, you know, it's fine. It should balance out. There's so many people not having children that you would hypothetically think that it would balance out. The Ninth Amendment was actually put in because some people were opposed to the Bill of Rights because they were concerned it would mean only these rights exist. That is a worthy concern. Like the way that the Republicans are taking things now, it does seem like unless something is explicitly enumerated, they're just going to act like you don't have rights. That story sounded like more like she didn't take a joke than anything. Yeah, fair enough.
So getting the words very precise and correct is crucial. The left has co-opted language and definitions as it relates to immigration. Illegal immigration is one of the most devastating challenges America faces today, particularly when you factor in all of the secondary costs and effects of illegal immigration.
Actually, all forms of immigration help the economy.
Including illicit drug and human trafficking. The left knows the American people oppose illegal immigration and understands its effects. So they have spent years using language designed to both conflate the illegal immigration.
Hold on. Jonathan in the YouTube chat says, I saw in a video yesterday that the world population will peak at year 2100, and developing nations are having enough children to keep the pace/replacement rate. That's actually not the case. because there are going to be water and food shortages in the next 50 years that will severely negatively impact the population. So, you know, if we were assuming that we weren't about to have global food and water shortages, then I could see the population would peak at 2100. But no, like, in fact, by the year 2100, we might see population as low as 2 billion if things continue on this worst case scenario trajectory, which we are still on. It's the limits to growth report is what I invoke there, by the way. Like 50 years ago, there were a set of predictive economic models, and we are on track for the worst case scenario model. And if things don't change, like completely U-turn in the next 5 years, this is just kind of the inevitable trajectory that we're on with like wildfires, floods, droughts, you know, just we're going to lose huge swaths of farmland, and we're going to experience freshwater shortages. And yeah, populations are going to dramatically be impacted. When we hit record-breaking temperatures, the scientists are spreading a grand conspiracy, and they get to just hand-wave that. Yeah, they'll be like, whatever, it's been hot before. You ain't never had a hot summer. My cat is still snoring so loud. He's very cute.
And legal immigration, the latter of which most Americans support, and soften the idea that illegal immigration is, in fact, illegal. It is a good bet that the left has focused group-tested...
Most illegal immigrants who are in this country came here legally and then their paperwork expired. Like, so border security isn't going to impact that at all. Most immigrants come here through an airplane, and then they come in and they just stay past their green card.
And group-tested the language it uses to cover up the horrors of illegal immigration. For example, when describing illegal immigration, the left likes to use words and phrases like undocumented immigrants and migrants. These terms are designed to sound softer and take the edge off the fact that these people are illegally in the United States. It is important to note.
But the thing is that those people are not illegal themselves, so calling them illegal immigrants is implying that their existence is illegal. Yeah, asylum is protected under international law. I love breaking international law, though.
That they specifically avoid using the word alien, which is the terminology used in federal law. To be clear, alien is not a negative or pejorative term. It is a legal term of art. It simply means that an individual is not a citizen of a particular country. Language matters here for a lot of reasons, but primarily because citizens of the United States have rights that others, including foreign nationals who are illegally on our soil, do not. If I had to guess, I would say that the left's attempt to wash away the...
I mean, you still have rights. Like being a citizen is not the only type of person who has rights, but okay.
Term alien stems from their disdain of actual law, since they want to avoid discussion of what federal immigration law actually requires, which is everything they refuse to do, and their interest in washing away the overall value of citizenship. Remember, citizenship...
That teleprompter is so far off to the right of the camera is part of what's bothering me about her. And also, she's not very good at reading off the teleprompter as though it's natural. I think this is part of what makes this feel so stilted. It's like her gaze is so far away from the camera. A lot of the time, I think most of the time nowadays, you put the teleprompter very, very close to the camera. A lot of local products went up in cost after Arizona passed a law requiring proof of ability to work. It was a mess, and every employer I had after that complained about missing them. Yeah, I mean, immigrants, undocumented immigrants are an exploitable labor class, for sure.
Places a focus on nationality and sovereignty. The left has bought into the globalist vision of a borderless world, and their language choices reflect that. The left loves to say...
I wish that Democrats wanted a borderless world. You know, you ever see that meme? It's like, nobody here is calling for no borders. And then it's like, I'm calling for no borders.
The illegal aliens are undocumented. Not only is that terminology not used anywhere in federal law, but it is clearly designed to soften the concept of illegality by making it seem like it's just a technicality. And
yeah, I mean, because illegal aliens is dehumanizing language. It's part of the problem, too. It's like you can justify doing anything really messed up to somebody if they're non-human.
In other words, if you are undocumented, it makes it sound like you can be here legally, but you're missing a few pieces of bureaucratic paperwork.
That's literally, yeah. That's like there's a process by which they could be here legally and they're just missing that. Yeah, that's literally it. Especially because, again, most illegal immigrants who are in this country, quote unquote, are here because their paperwork expired and they just didn't like renew their stuff. Like it's like their green card has expired. Yeah, people moving from one place to another, the horror. Again, ignoring the fact that this like benefits the economy on almost every metric.
This is simply not the case. If an alien has not gone through the appropriate process for obtaining a visa to enter the United States or otherwise followed United States law to enter the United States, they are illegally here. Period. Hard stop. Calling illegal aliens undocumented immigrants is the intellectual equivalent of calling someone who breaks into your house in the middle of the night an undocumented homeowner. It is inaccurate and it is designed to be inaccurate. The term migrants or
I don't have anything to say. I just need a moment of silence for that stupidity. As an ex-military linguist, I can tell you they are using prescriptive language and not descriptive. It's backwards and unevolutionary. If you want to speak a dead language, choose Latin. Don't kill my English. Yeah, fair enough, Zypation.
migration are just as deceptive. The left likes to use migrants and migration, not only because it sounds gentle, but it also creates confusion. When people hear these terms, they know deep down that migration is seasonal and circular. They think of birds or butterflies. They fly south, they fly north, and so on. And historically, we have had foreign nationals come into the United States for seasonal or agricultural work and then return to their home countries. It would be reasonable and accurate to refer to those individuals as migrant workers because they ultimately return home. But make no mistake, the current mass illegal immigration we are seeing as a result of the Biden administration.
Why is that preferable? If those people like come into the United States to work and then they don't pay any taxes here, why would that be preferable? It's because she wants to continue to profit off of brown people's labor to do work that white people don't want to do, like farming.
Intentional actions is not migration, and these people are not migrants. It is
Ooh, it is a pretty telling analogy because she thinks white Christian citizens, quote, own America. Ooh, that's a good point.
Orchestrated invasion being led by the Biden administration in conjunction with the Mexican cartels. The bottom line is we win or lose political fights based on language. If you let the
What are any of you politicians going to do without the drug cartels, given all the cocaine you guys do all the time? Like, seriously, this type of lady is the type of lady that does cocaine. I'm not saying she does it, but like people in fast-paced, high-level jobs, especially like corporate or office or shit like that, like lawyers and stuff, they do a lot of cocaine. What are you going to do without the Mexican drug cartels?
Other side of the debate, set the terms of the debate, you've already lost. In the context of immigration specifically, we have to start using more accurate language to describe what is going on and pegging our language.
They'd have to get it from the CIA. True.
To existing law. If we can take back the language here and elsewhere, we will win more of these fights. So Bethany, I mean, these are some great examples. And another one that comes to my mind that has been completely co-opted by the left is gender. And
here we go.
I know you have so much experience in the history of your professional life in dealing with this. Where are we today on this issue and the language and the words and the definitions?
Let's talk about the word gender. The word gender is no longer a polite way to refer to biological sex, male or female. The word now is completely toxic. It's no longer being used to mean male or female, but now how people identify, which is where we get this idea of gender identity. Katie, did you know that there are between 72 and
Yeah, I guess like a butch woman isn't really a woman because she has all these male features, but she only identifies as a woman. Like, what? God, I hate these people so much. Oh yeah, true. I guess it's fair. Yeah, it's not that white people literally won't do the farming jobs. It's that corporations will not pay owners enough, so they would prefer migrant labor. Right, yeah. They can just, again, because because immigrants are an exploitable labor class, that you don't have to pay them minimum wage because they're not protected. Like, you can just be like, well, if you don't like what I'm paying you, then why don't I call the feds about the fact that you're here without documentation? Anyway, yes, trans people.
1,000 different kinds of gender. We should never use the word gender as conservatives. It's not specific and it's nonsensical. Instead, use the word sex or biological sex or male and female. And I don't care where you are in the administration, you will deal with the word gender. Speaking of sex, the next phrase that we're going to talk about is...
I mean, like, show of hands, does it not say gender on your birth certificate? I think it says gender on your birth certificate. Or does it say sex? I don't know. We've used these terms interchangeably for such a long time that oftentimes in documentation, gender does mean sex. I'm sure someone could call these women females in a tone that they would find offensive.
Sex assigned at birth. Now, I just told you to use the word sex, and you may think that sex assigned at birth, that sounds great. Well, actually, it's not. It's the left's attempt to change biological fact and to try to normalize their belief that biological sex can change. Unfortunately, many folks, including solid conservatives, have accepted this and don't understand the danger in using this term.
Also, it's always worth mentioning that sex assigned at birth is not only a useful concept for trans people, but also a useful concept for intersex people, because every single time they make a law saying you can't give children gender-affirming care, they carve out exceptions for forcibly altering the genitals of babies who are born intersex. So they do want to be able to forcibly assign gender at birth. Yeah, they've just eradicated gender on accident. Gender abolitionists. No, this is the bad kind of gender abolition.
In fact, some conservatives have even taken this term and changed it slightly, gender as revealed at birth. The left is infiltrating our conservative organizations, Christian schools, and even churches. We must always be on guard. And when a new term is introduced, ask, what is the genesis for this new term and why was it introduced? If you see the term sex assigned at birth, delete it and replace it with biological sex. The next issue under gender is pronouns. Don't fall into the progressive left's trap in regard to pronouns. Don't use them in email signature blocks, on LinkedIn, and absolutely do not ask people what their pronouns are on your first day on the job. When I was at US...
It's going to be so difficult for them to have normal human conversations if they're avoiding pronouns. But they don't ever mean that, of course. Like pronouns is just like their indirect way of saying trans people.
ID. Managers were giving training and were told that when they have new staff or have a staff meeting, they should go around the room and ask everyone what their pronouns are. Katie, if that happened to you, what would you do?
I think political appointees, Bethany, great question, need to expect that they are going to be tested by career staff the day they walk in. So that question, every political appointee should be prepared to deal with and answer, whether it's in a training. I don't think it'll take that long. It probably will be the first couple days on the job. So a political appointee is empowered. They are empowered because they are absolutely put in the position, whatever level it is, in order to implement the president's agenda. And that is the business of a political appointee and should be the business of all federal employees. So the answer is simple. We're here to implement the president's priorities and agenda. We are not here to discuss pronouns.
The next topic is gender affirming
just avoid the question. I think it was her advice at the end of that.
Care. Gender affirming care and what the Biden administration is promoting is absolutely infuriating, especially as for parents. We need to be protecting our children from these harmful, sterilizing puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and permanent genital mutilation.
Puberty pausing medication doesn't cause infertility. Why? If I took a shot every time they said the left I'd have died of alcohol poisoning 20 minutes ago, true. How to never make friends and make your boss hate you 101. Fair enough.
That's what gender affirming care is. Not care at all. The idea that gender is fluid is evil, and it is a major initiative.
It's evil. Ooh, we have our first evil mention. Abortion isn't evil, but gender affirming care is. Fascinating.
Biden administration. It's layered into each and every office, document, task force, and funding priority. Perhaps most commonly known are the changes to Title IX, giving institutions, schools control over children and their gender preference, working against parents, mandating boys compete against girls. This is all done with words. Words matter. Change the words, change the culture. Now, Katie, I know that you've written several wonderful pieces on equity, and you've done a lot of research on this. And
wow, that was a surprisingly brief thing if they're just moving to equity now. Does she think that other administrations sit around debating gender pronouns? If so, how many hours a week does she estimate it consumes? Yeah, for her to be like, well, listen, we have more important things to talk about than pronouns. Oh, you mean like, what else is on the docket that's going to take as little time as it would take for you to introduce yourself? Yeah, we need to care about objective truth, like things being evil. Goodness. I feel like my IQ is dropping just as I sit here.
The Biden administration has infiltrated equity into everything. What are your thoughts on equity for the next administration?
Well, it's a little heart-stopping, Bethany, and it's going to take a lot to rewind where we are right now with this, with the left's definition of equity and how that's layered into all federal government documents. Roger Severino states it perfectly in the Project 2025 Mandate for Leadership book. Quote, under President Biden, the mission has shifted from promoting equity in everything we do, end quote, for the sake of, quote, populations sharing a particular characteristic, including race, sexuality, gender identification, ethnicity, and a host of other categories, end quote. Equity no longer means all men are created equal, the cornerstone of our U.S. Constitution, but rather now mandates the government to dispense with unequal treatment in order to achieve what they believe to be equal outcomes. This creates divisiveness, not equality. There is no unification under these principles. It is more of a competition of what class is more of a victim, so that particular class can receive the preferential treatment being handed out and mandated by the Biden administration.
Well, we believe that only white people should receive preferential treatment. So if anybody else starts receiving preferential treatment, that's a bad thing.
It's important to note that the very first executive order that President Biden signed just moments after his inauguration on January 20th of 2021 had to do with equity. The left applauded as Biden announced his #1 priority, which is advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities throughout the federal government.
I mean, yeah, aren't like black people are like 13 to 15% of the total population. And we do not see black people being 13 to 15% of representation in the government. That's what equity would mean. They're so mad they're trying to make DEI into a slur. I mean, functionally, yeah, when they say like Kamala is the DEI hire, it's their way of like saying the N-word without saying the N-word. I bet these people needed explained to them why track runners have staggered starting lines. Oh, don't challenge their poor little tiny worlds, okay? They don't understand, okay?
Part of that executive order, within 90 days, every single agency had to file an equity action plan with the White House. If you want to see or view...
Oh yeah, also 51 to 52% of the population is female at all times, and we don't see that level of representation at the federal government for sure. Are we even at 30% females?
What you will be up against. Take a look at those plans. They're all online under the Office of Management and Budget. Since that time, 9 more executive orders have been executed by the Biden administration about equity. The latest to date is to further advance racial equity. This entails new positions and responsibilities to be embedded into every single agency and office in the federal government. And there is also a directive that all funding that is given out by the federal government prioritize unequal treatment of the American people. The noxious tenets of critical race theory and gender ideology should be excised from curriculum in every single public school in this country.
So Katie, this is a lot to absorb. So how do you suggest that we tackle the problem? I know you were the head of a grant office at DOJ and you had a lot of paperwork. What are your suggestions?
Well, I found that developing a process for each type of document was crucial to reversing the words and definitions from the Obama administration. Here's an overall strategy to implement. First, look for any OMB, that's the Office of Management and Budget, White House Office of Management and Budget, guidance. You'll want to instruct career employees that you, whatever level you are, you want to be informed of all OMB guidance and how it is being implemented internally. Oftentimes, careers will just get an OMB circular or an OMB advice, and then they just go along and they either ignore it or they don't put it in. You want to be involved in the process. You want to say, every single thing that comes in, I want to make sure that it is actually being implemented. This can easily be handled at the senior advisor or even special assistant level.
Fascinating.
The second thing you need to do, and quickly, are look at guidance documents. Now, I've talked about this in other trainings. Guidance documents are simply a federal career employee's interpretation of a statute, of an appropriation given by Congress, of a rule or regulation, and how it's going to be implemented. A guidance document is not binding. It is simply, in some ways, just their opinion. The problem with a guidance document is that it has a tremendous amount of authority, because if you are looking to an agency to find out what they're looking for your grant, or how your grant program will be implemented, or what rules they have around it, you're going to look at those guidance documents. They end up with a tremendous amount of authority. It really ends up being the career's agenda being forced onto the American people. A court is the only real institution that can give us a definitive interpretation of any kind of grant program, appropriation, or rule. So most likely, the Office of Management and Budget will come out very quickly with a plan to take down all the guidance documents that are currently up that reflect the Biden administration's agenda. So you'll first want to
notice how they spent this whole time attacking, quote, careers, the people who aren't political appointees and have spent their lives learning how to actually do the job well and keep the government functioning. Yeah, that's a good point. I kind of was like not sure what they meant by careers. I'm like, are you like people who've been in the job for longer? But yeah, I'm guessing that she means like employees of the various agencies who mostly are the same across, from one administration to another. Yeah, we're still at like 27, 28% of women in the national legislature. Imagine having people in place who actually know how to do their job and keep the government functional. Wouldn't that be crazy? But no, we're doing everything we can to undermine those agencies. The free market is dead and Biden killed it. True.
look at that process.
How to identify and replace misguiding language. A guidance document is not binding. OMB can and should come out with a plan to take down all guidance documents that reflect the Biden administration agenda. Fun.
The second thing you're going to want to do, sort of the second layer, is to absolutely look at things that may not appear to be guidance documents, but are. For instance, one of the documents on our website was supposedly done by a Rutgers, professor, and so it looked like it wasn't actually career guidance. But when you really dug into the document, it was not part of any kind of grant program, and it really was just a career who asked a whole bunch of questions, and a Rutgers professor said yes. So it really, in the end, was a guidance document, and we brought it down. Another really frightening example when I was running the Office on Violence Against Women was a provision in the Violence Against Women Act that about gender identity. And if you identified as a woman and you showed up at a woman's domestic violence shelter, you had to be accommodated. There were lawsuits, of course, about this, as predators used that in order to gain entry into a place where there were vulnerable women. Never
has that happened, ever. I'm just gonna state it. If she can state that predators were using this to get in to women's shelters, I'm just gonna state that that has never happened, ever.
Seemed to me to be exactly opposite of,
the intention.
Yeah, the intention of the Violence Against Women Act. In any event, it was directed toward just the Office on Violence Against Women programs. It was in the Violence Against Women Act. But in the Obama administration, the entire grant-making component of the Office of Justice Programs, which I later went on to run, the head of that office actually wrote a guidance document that said that the provision in the Violence Against Women Act regarding to gender identity was intended to apply to every single DOJ grant program, that it wasn't limited to the Office on Violence Against Women. There was absolutely no indication that this was true, but you can see that just by getting that particular legislation passed and the way that the careers then interpreted it, created a complete change in culture across the Department of Justice. The next step will be to read every single executive order. I would suggest that, starting with an assistant, a special assistant, a senior advisor, that you get every single executive order and put it in a binder and have that binder for the principal and make sure that it's flagged for them. There will be a lot of executive orders that come out, and some of them actually, and know this.
Basically, they just said, oh, if we get Trump into office, then he's going to start immediately issuing a shit ton of executive orders. Like, this is all guidance 4 Republican candidates, assuming that they are going to get a Republican in the presidential seat. So they're just saying, like, yeah, we expect there to be a ton of executive orders as soon as Trump gets in.
Yes, repeal other executive orders. So you need to then pull the executive orders that are being repealed so you are very clear about what needs to be redacted. Now let's go back to that OMB tip that I gave. And just like that, you need to be part of the process that the careers are using to implement executive orders. During the Trump administration, I can tell you that executive orders were signed, fully executed, where all the guidance was given. You gave an example of this, Bethany, to our office, and I later found out that it was just simply ignored. It's not worth, the price of the paper it's written on if your careers are not implementing what the president wanted. I think you can expect that equity and all of the equity executive orders under Biden will be repealed early in the next administration. This is going to require a very detailed plan to execute the eradication of the dictates in the equity orders. For instance, there's a gender advisor position created by one of these executive orders. That position has to be eradicated, as well as all the task forces, the removal of all the equity plans from all the websites, and a complete rework of the language in internal and external policy documents and grant applications. Which leads me to grants and rules and regulations. Well,
this is part of why, honestly, I think that the system as we have it is so stupid. The idea that the new administration can come in and just basically unravel all of the advancements that have been made in the previous administration. Like, I'm not saying that I have an idea of what system would work better, but if Trump can come in and just immediately dismantle like everything in the government that has to do with equity, and like we can just erase the term climate change from all of these documentations and everything, like maybe it would feel less insane if the two parties weren't so dramatically different to each other. But it seems like it has always been the case from my perspective that, Democrats come in and they fix things like a tax plan. And some of those things don't really come to full fruition until after that Democrat leaves office. And then the Republican in the office is like gaining all of the good reputation for like, oh, the taxes went down under the Republican, and then the Republican passes a tax law that fucks over the middle class, and then that doesn't really fully go into effect and start being seen by people as having an impact on their lives until the Democrat comes back in, and then they blame the Democrat for how bad their taxes are and shit like this. This is the problem with executive orders and how much power has been given to the executive branch. Right. And it's like, I can complain about how much power there is in the executive branch, but I also kind of understand when you're dealing with this bureaucratic nonsense with the filibuster and all this gerrymandering, making it impossible to get a true majority in the Congress, that executive power sometimes is the only way to get anything done. Conservatives will claim that wokeness is like 1984, but redacting things is literally what Winston Smith's job was in 1984. Yeah, his whole job was to delete all references to certain things. That's funny. Yeah, Viren says, reminder that Trump's tax cuts for the middle class. Was it tax cut? Oh, his tax cut for the middle class was written to then raise taxes starting after his first term was up. Yeah, my tax situation has started to really suck balls in the last few years. Like, I make just enough money to not qualify for the, for some of the credits that you get as a lower income person. Fucking really frustrating, actually. Hate ages you like Palpatine. True. Oh, goodness. We only have like 9 minutes left.
Grant programs are funded with your federal tax dollars, and they are appropriated by Congress. So you are told how much money you have for what particular program. And typically your appropriations language will just give a very brief description of the program. And that's the direction that Congress has given the agency. Every single grant has conditions. You want to think of this like a carrot and a stick. You can have your federal money in order to support your program, but only if you agree to certain conditions, which are built into the grants. When I began at the Office on Violence Against Women, our grant applications were 75 to 110 pages long, pages and pages of guidance that had no statutory or congressional counterpart, and tons of conditions, the conditions that you would need in order to receive the money. And you would need to continue to live with those conditions throughout the time of your grant.
I mean, that's how it works. Like honestly, the executive branch is gigantic because all of these agencies fall under the jurisdiction of the executive. And yeah, like, oh, you're complaining there's pages and pages of guidance. That's your whole fucking job. Why don't you get like 5 different people and assign them each 20 pages? It'll be easier to get through. American politics are so dirty, the hospital superbugs wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole. Goodness.
For instance, to receive grant money, certain programs would have to show a partnership with an LGBTQ support group. There was no language in the appropriation for that grant that an LGBTQ subgrantee was mandated. The career said it was best practices, and it was an Obama administration priority. This condition on many grants funded a lot of LGBTQ organizations. So we removed that language and we removed those conditions as we wrote the grants moving forward.
Because screw LGBTQ kids, I guess.
Rules and regulations also need ultimate political sign-off and a tremendous amount of political involvement. Your careers may draft the initial documents, the rules and regulations, but there should be multiple political edits on any final proposed rule or regulation. The left is excellent about holding up process. So you want to expect and prepare for thousands of comments coming from tons of left-supported groups on any rule that you put up. So expect that and have a...
Oh, so you mean like public comment? Like the people that you're supposed to be representing? Are you saying that there's going to be a lot of public comment on all these proposed changes that you want to make? Oh, that's going to be so annoying, isn't it? You, a politician who is supposed to represent the people, I bet that's so annoying when the people tell you what they want you to do. Wow.
Plan to deal with those thousands, tens of thousands of comments in order to move the president's agenda. If you are prepared to deal with the comments that are coming in, then you aren't going to let them delay the rule because they have to.
They're basically, yeah, just saying like, we're going to run roughshod over what the people actually want in this allegedly democratic country because we're going to shove through the president's executive orders.
Be responded to each one of the comments.
Wow.
The careers will want to follow the system that's currently in place for handling comments or conditions or how grants are written. You are empowered as a political appointee to adjust these processes as long as you are meeting all legal requirements. So you may have to deal with pushback, but really look at your process and change it.
Okay. Change the process so that you don't have to listen to public comment anymore. Sounds great.
A tip here. In addition to the sheer volume of guidance and conditions to grants and explanations of proposed rules, is to ask careers to explain a grant program or the need for a rule in 2 sentences. It is astonishing how difficult it is for a career who works in the policy or grant space to actually accomplish this. And finally, use your common sense. Even if you see something that isn't directly addressed by an executive order or an OMB circular or directed by your agency head, you want to use your common sense to redact the words and definitions which are weakening our nation. As we have discussed, certain words and phrases used together have hidden definitions. A really good example is social emotional learning. That's actually the new buzzword for CRT, or critical race theory.
Okay.
Here's a tip. When you see phrases, any phrase like this, one that sounds innocuous, ask your careers to identify the origin of that phrase. Where did it come from? Why are you using that phrase particularly? What does it mean based on the original intent of those words? And then I would highly recommend you start your own research. As a last note, plan to read a lot of documents, know how your careers are implementing the president's executive orders, OMB directives, and be very involved in that process. I can't stress enough the need to control all documents. Create a system where nothing goes out, nothing is published, nothing is put on your website without review by a delegated...
We love how they keep saying, oh, the liberals, the leftists want to control everything. And then they're like, it's because we need to control everything. Like, yeah, all right, we get it.
Political or the principal of any office. Ask lots of questions and do not make assumptions. And finally, If a career employee rushes in and says it is an emergency, and I think a lot of people who are an assistant, chief of staff, maybe senior advisor or special assistants are going to have careers just descending on them, talking about how it's an emergency that the principal sign something. That's a red flag. Right away, it's a red flag. By the time you get into your position, you will realize that the government moves very, very slowly. Just think about your clearance process and how long that took. These documents need to be read even more carefully. If a career thinks they can push you to sign something by giving it to you at the very last minute, that will become the norm, and it will hinder your ability to actually go through a process, read things.
This is just dressed up tinfoil hat nonsense, except it's from a major policy contributor to one of the most powerful political parties on the planet. Yeah, it's quite strange that they're like so conspiracy minded, but also like this is, you know, gonna actually have a serious impact on political appointees going forward. Like, even if Trump doesn't get in office, there are still going to be a bunch of people who watched this training video who do get appointed, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, who are gonna, you know, basically they're gonna do the opposite. Right now, like, this guidance is like, pay attention to every executive order, make sure that they're actually executing on those things. But if Harris gets in, they're gonna bureaucratically slow down everything. They're just gonna not enforce those executive orders. Kind of crazy, actually. Why does the woman in the blue dress look familiar? I am not sure. I don't know that I've seen her before. I mean, she looks like the Grim Reaper. Have you had any near-death experiences?
Edit things and make sure that they are completely in line with the president's priorities and agenda. The president's agenda will be in peril from your office if you allow this emergency kind of process.
Katie, that was great. Thank you for taking us through that process. Do you see? The monster is in the attic, and it is layered in virtually every document in the federal government. Grant applications, rules, regulations, internal and external policy documents, guidance documents, tweets, speeches, and panels. Every one of these phrases or words that are not corrected by being redacted or rephrased is a failure of the presidency. As the Heritage Foundation's president, Dr. Kevin Roberts, boldly and courageously states in the Mandate for Leadership, the next conservative president must make the institutions of American civil society hard targets for woke cultural warriors. This starts with deleting the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, SOGI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, gender, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights out of every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulations, and piece of legislation that exists. And the next conservative president will only be able to do so with your help. Are you up for this challenge? We think you are. Together, let's conquer the monsters in Uncle Sam's attic.
That's insane. Okay, hold on. I just need a minute, okay? I think that page that she was just reading from, I think that's the page right before the part of the manifesto where they say that they're going to make porn illegal. Like, I'm pretty sure it's right there next to it. Yeah, we're just going to censor and delete everything we dislike. Yeah, this is wild. Like, it's just, at a certain point, what do you even say? Like, I had to respond to so many things in that, even though I was trying to rest my voice as much as possible. Oh my God, it's exhausting. These people are exhausting. Hit the like button if you agree that they're exhausting and also super fucking creepy for some reason. Yeah, they claim to like freedom of speech, but they're gonna go through and censor everything. They're gonna go through, yeah, it just like, I don't remember what is the office called that the guy works in 1984, but yeah, they're like, we're literally gonna go through and delete all these phrases we don't like. We're just gonna erase them. Low-key, that was kind of boring. Banality of evil moment. Yeah, it's like, and it's the same shit that I've been combating for, you know, years and years and years. Even before I started streaming on a full-time basis, like these are not new arguments. Climate change isn't real. Abortion is bad. The only new thing is that they've picked up the whole, like, transgenders are bad. That's, you know, the only new aspect of this for sure. Freedom of speech is for them to say whatever they want and everyone to agree with them. Yes, exactly. Ministry of Truth. Yes, the Ministry of Truth. Thank you, Jonathan. Whoever pointed out that these women are typical evangelical school teacher types really nailed it. Yeah. Free speech exclusivists. That's an excellent term. Free speech is exclusive to them and them alone. Only them. Yeah, we're conquering the monsters in Uncle Sam's attic. What insane shit. God, thank you for sitting through that with me, everybody. I think I'm done, though. I'm going to put it in my notes. I don't think I can handle thinking about this anymore. What even is today? The 17th? 18. Jesus Christ. All right, put that in my notes. It's all tucked away. Anyone else talking is a violation of my free speech. True. True. That, you know, I think that's a fair statement. The trans attacks are just the old school anti-homosexual attacks repackaged. It's always the same zombie ideas, all proven useless and incorrect over and over. I guess that's fair. Yeah, they think it's probably unpopular, especially after you had folks like, was it John McCain who was like, my daughter's a lesbian and I'm going to support gays or something? Yeah, like it's gauche nowadays to be anti-gay, but they can just repackage it and talk about the transes. Thanks for hanging out, young black economist. Appreciate you being here. We're going to keep streaming for at least another hour. But yeah. Dick Cheney. It was Dick Cheney's daughter. Okay. Yeah. Dude, as someone, like, sorry, we're just going to take a little sidebar for a second here. It's kind of insane to me as someone who has gone through some amount of gun training. Like, I did a hunter safety course and stuff. Like, it's kind of insane that Dick Cheney shot a guy, and I think the guy was wearing the orange, right? He was wearing the orange vest, and he still shot the dude. Like, that seems crazy to me. Liz Cheney became a congresswoman. Good for her. Oh boy. Isn't it so exciting? Ooh, we have 120 likes. Thank you everybody so much for your likes. Thank you for commenting. It helps keep the show jollying along like the music. Like the lyrics? That's what David Bowie said. The words just jolly things along. One of the terms they said they want to delete is sexual orientation. Truly, they never stopped being anti-gay, and the pick-me gays need to wake up. True. Shot him in the face. Oh my God, what? I was so young when the whole Dick Cheney thing happened. I hardly remember any of it. But yeah, no, you're not wrong, Mama. They kind of lumped in sexual orientation with gender identity to keep the focus. And then they said gender over and over and over again to keep the focus on gender. But yeah, you're not wrong. They do want to erase any positive mentions, or like, I guess any mention at all of sexual orientation. Liz Cheney's career as a Republican congresswoman fizzled out because she wouldn't support Trump. Yeah. Leopards eating faces. Side note, popular opinion is split, leaning toward Harris on who will be better for the economy. The general public usually believes the myth that Republicans are better. Well, it's also because of the way that we measure the economy. Like the dumbass way that the stock market is one of the biggest things that we point to when we are looking at the health of the economy, as opposed to like, well, like, you know, I think, you know, if we looked at things like how well are people able to afford groceries, or how many jobs do people have? If most people have more than one job, I think that is a searing indictment on the health of the economy. So yeah, it's part of this is, yeah, that you can skew it. You can make Republicans look like they're good at the economy. If we're measuring the economy on, yeah, how rich people feel about this company and this company. Liz Cheney did do the right thing on the January 6th investigation committee. Some Republicans have integrity. Some few and far. On February 11, 2006, then United States President Dick Cheney shot Harry Whittington, a then 78-year-old Texas attorney, with a 28-gauge Perazzi shotgun while participating in a quail hunt. I'm like, also, no, there's so many things about that are wrong. Yeah, measuring rich people's feelings instead of things like people being able to afford groceries and housing and medical care. Like, if one of our primary metrics for the economy was like, how often did you avoid seeking medical care when you needed it because of the cost? Holy cow. Byron says, even by the bullshit metrics, Dems are better. Republicans are better at aggressively proclaiming themselves better. Right. Okay, I am just going to step away for a minute, go to the bathroom, and rest my voice. And when we get back, we have several things we could still talk about. We have, I guess, probably the number one thing on the list is the Supreme Court rejecting Biden administration's request to enforce the new civil rights protections for LGBTQ plus students under Title IX. That's like our number one probably for today. And then the two other things I would like to cover if we can have time. And honestly, we might extend the stream and do an extra hour if we need to, because I really want to get some of this stuff out. U.S. Air Force is refusing to comply with an order to clean drinking water that it polluted because of the recent Supreme Court decision overturning the Chevron doctrine. And then I saw someone talking about someone has finally been diagnosed with like an immune deficiency caused by COVID, which supports my argument that COVID can cause AIDS. These are the things. A Hassan guest spot. Yes. Well, I don't usually leave you with the chair. I typically switch. I got rid of the bugs. I'm so sorry for any of you who love the bugs, but I gave them away to someone who's going to take good care of them. So I don't have the little terrarium camera anymore. So I was like, maybe I should think of something else. Like I could point my secondary webcam at something else. Like if I pointed it back here at my bow and arrow or something. But for now, it's just going to be a title screen. Maybe I should put like BRB instead of it just saying starting soon. Oh well. Yeah, end of an era. I know. I hope Walls is a sign for a more pro-worker administration. Yeah, fingers crossed for sure. Okay, I'm only going to be gone for a few minutes, so don't go anywhere or I'll cry. Okay. Hello. I'm back. You need something like Demon Mama's bathroom song. I mean, you really can't beat the fact that that happened organically. Like Gayfesh just kind of decided to make the bathroom song for Demon Mama. I feel like you can't really capture that magic again without it feeling really forced. I did start to write a bathroom song at one point, but yeah, it just feels like so contrived by comparison. I have strawberry flavored honey. And just put up a sign that says out poopin' true. So we technically have 3 more topics to cover today. We might not get through them all. We just got a donation on the GoFundMe not too long ago. So I'm going to add that to the stream total for today. Thank you for that $40 donation if you're still here. Yum. No complaints. Yeah, it's zingy. Zingy strawberry honey. I think it's local honey too. I've been having honey like almost every day right now. For the longest time, I hated the bathroom song because I wrote it in 30 minutes and it got so much more love than anything else I wrote. And now that I've gotten over that and embraced that people love it, people are accusing me of being a piss fetishist over it. Oh my god. I don't know. I really don't understand why people have such derangement about you, Gayfesh. It's very strange. I hope to never have as much derangement about me as people seem to have about you. Very weird. My partner likes honey in his coffee. I've never tried that before. I typically just put, like, Coffee Mate creamer in mine. I am the canary in the coal mine. You and Doe, honestly. Oh, man. It's so good. People on the internet like being deranged as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm the weird one for not liking this. Gayfesh, did you do Demon Mama's intro music too? Thanks to Gayfesh, I learned that asking people to report a video for doxing and physical violence threats is, quote, brigading. Yeah. I'm basically just not trying to touch any of that drama with a 10-foot pole. Oh, nice. That's cool. I think Demon Mama not streaming for 2 weeks is a pretty bad decision considering all the allegations going on around her. I mean, I think that when she takes a break from streaming, it's because she has shit to do. Like, the last stream that I was in, she said that she had a bunch of appointments that she needed to do. But also, like, honestly, I do think it's kind of a losing move to, like, certain types of allegations are just not worth talking about, right? So whether she's streaming or not, I don't think she's going to address any of this. She's on vacation. Yeah, she deserves it. I wish I could go on vacation more often, but I feel like I'm just on this constant grind where I'm like, I need to make sure I'm streaming. I need to be consistent. I need to make more money. Oh yeah, she's like out of the state. Yeah, so I think even if she was streaming though, I think it would be a bad move to try to... It's not even allegations against her. I've seen people make allegations against one of her partners. But yeah, I just... Personally, I think when people are being weird in that way, that it's probably just better to let them be weird and not involve yourself. Like, people are going to do whatever, and it's better not to feed them. My humble opinion. Delicious honey. Yeah, we're going to cover the Chevron story. So yeah, I guess like the Supreme Court thing and then Chevron story are the main things, but I really do want to cover this, this thing about COVID immune damage. It was a video. I also wrote the original version of the Sweet Myths song Demon Mama plays. Nice. I have another job interview tomorrow. I'm going to shave tonight to see if I can get hired for being hot. Yeah. What's a bad excuse? Being on vacation out of state? And also the allegations aren't even directed at her? If I ever went on vacation, kids come with, so my job of taking care of them comes with me on vacation. Ah, yeah. Yeah, if anything, it's like more work for like the mom person to facilitate going on vacation. Yes, you must answer for someone else's crimes now. I just wanted a cool website, you guys. Like, that's all I wanted. I just wanted a cool website. I just wanted my own custom chat and custom emojis. That's all I wanted. I barely know any of these people. Although I guess I'm glad that I know that Demon Mama's on vacation, because I was thinking about DMing her and asking if she has looked into getting Restream. Because you and I talked about this, chat. You all were like, oh, you should stream to Twitch. Like, if you can get Restream and just stream to both at the same time. It's $39 per month to stream 1080. Like, the free version will stream to 2 places, but there's a watermark, which could hypothetically... that could hypothetically be enough, except like, yeah, there's a watermark. And then, okay, so the second tier is $16 a month. And I was like, okay, that could be affordable. But like, if you can't stream 1080, I personally don't think that's acceptable. So it's $39 a month to just be able to stream to Twitch at the same time as YouTube. I didn't see any accusations of underpayment directed at Demon Mama. I would be surprised about that, though. She sometimes does streams where all of the donations go to her mod team. So it would surprise me if she had underpaid someone. She can't take 30 minutes to make a statement or something. Why? Like, you understand that part of the problem is, like, legitimizing ridiculous accusations, right? Like, if someone accused me of like grooming someone or something, like, I'm not gonna take the time to legitimize those accusations by acknowledging them at all. You know? Like, you can't just say crazy shit and expect me to like make a statement saying, oh, I would never do that. I didn't do that and I would never do that. It's like, the best thing you can do is let the deranged people be deranged in their own little corner of the internet and not give them attention. You know? It doesn't make me look any better to address someone else's shit. Get a second webcam. You can dual stream with OBS plugins too, I think. I use Streamlabs, and I don't know if there's anything built in with Streamlabs. I don't know. Can you dual stream with Streamlabs OBS? Yeah, I wonder... Yeah, multi-streaming... How much do you have to pay for that is the question. Yeah, this just in. Luxander drinks the blood of puppies. I agree, Taima. Even if she's planning on making a response, it would be better for that to be well-sourced and prepared. A simple 5-minute response is almost always the worst idea. Yeah. Not real OBS and it'd be free. My website requires me to use Streamlabs. It does, unfortunately. Yeah, I guess it might be less expensive for me to use Streamlabs dual output, because I do think that that's part of their paid service. She's not even my friend. Like, I don't speak privately to Demon Mama. I guess really gross things can be looked past sometimes. Like, okay, her partner used to draw art that people don't like. A, that has nothing to do with Demon Mama. B, it's questionable whether the art was actually a problem in the first place. Demon Mama uses regular OBS? Really? I really thought that it was strapped into Streamlabs for the donations thing. There's an awkward guilty until proven innocent mentality going around. Yeah, like that people can just accuse someone of fucked up shit and then expect them to like... This is part of the problem with like the cancellation of Lindsay Ellis, you know? That like people just accused her of being racist and stuff and then expected her to apologize for being racist even though she is not racist. You know, like the idea that you have to be beholden to the mob accusing you of shit that you didn't do, and then like there is something wrong with you or your reputation is going to suffer if you don't denounce these things that you never did in the first place, or like for your friends' crimes, because that was part of the issue too with Lindsay Ellis, is that she was friends with Natalie Wynn and she was having all this guilt by association shit. You know? Like, am I guilty by association because I don't condemn Vosh and people have accused him of being a pedophile for 6 years? I think you have to also realize that, like, you're saying, oh, well, this is the story I've heard. Like, have you looked into it? And also the story is being generated by bad actors in and of themselves. Like, again, this is the whole thing. If a trans person is being pedo-jacketed, and especially if a trans woman is being pedo-jacketed, like, you need to be highly suspicious of that. Like, highly suspicious of that. You need to ask who is making this accusation. Why are they making this accusation? Are they credible in the first place? What is the reason for them going after this person? Because I think that people are digging up shit on Demon Mama just because they dislike Gayfesh. Like, this always starts with Gayfesh. Streamlabs OBS is just OBS with extra stuff thrown in. You can even use Streamlabs donation alerts with regular OBS. Okay, I might have to look into this a bit. Yeah, I just think it's insane, the idea that like someone needs to be held accountable for something that someone else that they know did. Like, I'm familiar with the accusation. I've seen the screenshots from Twitter. I've never talked to... No, I know, you probably haven't talked to Gayfesh, but the people that you are getting this information from, Schloop, started going after Demon Mama because they don't like Gayfesh. That's the whole thing. Like, Demon Mama is not beholden to the accusations of a bad actor who admits to, like, having bad reasons for going after people. Gang, my tits are too ginormous. Crumbs from my chips are falling into my bra. That happens to me sometimes, especially if you're wearing a sports bra. Like, they can come down right in the middle here. It's uncomfortable subject matter, so talking about them like something, quote, needs to be done about this and implying that deplatforming or criminal charges need to come in the picture. Yeah, that's true. Yes, folks are super weird. It's true. And I am also going to maintain, I don't really see the problem with drawn art. Like, especially when we're talking about people who could be processing things that happened to them when they were children. DGG, VGG, XGG, DMGG. Long ago, the four nations lived together in harmony. Then everything changed when the Gayfesh haters attacked. True. Yeah, like, damn, if y'all are so righteous, let's rummage through your file explorer. Okay, then go away. I think this whole online left space is really clicky and gross. Whatever, go away then. I think the whole idea that you should be accountable for what someone else did is pretty fucking gross. And, like, you're lumping people together in a way that, like, arguably pretty fucking stupid. Like, why are you here? Yes, harassment is not accountability, you know? That someone can just invent shit about someone, and especially if it's shit that happened, like, 6 years ago. Like, oh no. Just... Like, honestly, to me, it feels creepy. Like, oh, the idea that Demon Mama... Oh, well, it's no excuse. She's on vacation. She needs to respond and be held accountable to this, like, brain-damaged accusation. Yeah, holding to a moral standard and not jumping onto a hate bandwagon is totally clicky and gross, yeah. And refusing to jump on a thing pedo-jacketing a trans woman is totally clicky and gross. Honestly tired of the idea that people can't change and that they don't change. 10 and 20 years ago versions of myself are straight up dead now. I consistently think that I am evolving and hope people can see I should not be considered someone who is now capable of many of the things I once did. Hell, 6 years ago was a serious low point for me as a person. I was the worst version of myself this year. Yeah. Luxander says it won't be canceled by the woke mob. Yeah, I refuse. I think there's something to be said about how communities go after each other, like team sports in the left space. You are able to choose who you watch. For example, I'm not a fan of Vosh, but that ain't against Lux. Yeah. I think that's fair too. That like there's an expectation sometimes that you have to jump on the bandwagon or whatever. Okay, we should cover this Supreme Court thing, huh? If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. We took a break to talk about random bullshit that I hate. Oh my gosh. Does Aaron Reed have anything about this yet? Should we read Aaron's stuff? No, she does not have anything written on this yet. Okay. That's okay, because we do have an article on CNN. Don't forget, everybody, if we get to the donation goal for today, I will flex the biceps. Wouldn't that be lovely? I keep feeling like I need to burp and it's just not happening. Trying to fix this chapping situation. I'll get ahead of the chapped lips for a few days and then I get dehydrated again and it's bad again. Annoying. Okay. We're so screwed with the Supreme Court, y'all. I swear to goodness. Like, we covered this, oh yeah, good news recently. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember exactly what the context was where we covered it, but Biden had tried to update, like the Biden administration tried to update Title IX. Title IX is the anti-discrimination protection for schools, you know? So if we had situations like Next Benedict in Oklahoma, there was this, you know, push to do a Title IX investigation because there had already been, you know, warning signs that they had been bullied and stuff prior to the fight that ended up resulting in their death. So Biden's administration was basically like, yeah, we're just going to kind of expand Title IX to include protections against, like, to protect gender identity and sexual orientation, even though there are court cases already. In fact, the Supreme Court has done court cases in the past 5 to 6 years saying that, yes, gender identity and sexual orientation are protected under the concept of sex discrimination. You know, if you wouldn't punish a woman for being married to a man, but you would punish a man for being married to a man, that is covered under sex discrimination. Or if you would not punish a cisgender woman for wearing a dress, but you are punishing a transgender woman for wearing a dress because she was assigned male at birth, that is sex discrimination under, in that case, it was a workplace discrimination, but Title IX has to do with schools, right? So there have already been court cases that have determined that sex discrimination includes these other categories. And the Biden administration was like, we're just going to like make this official. We're just not going to leave this up to court interpretation. And then the Supreme Court comes in, and here they go saying they reject the Biden administration's request to enforce new civil rights protections for LGBTQ plus students. So these Title IX things, they're just like, well, we're not going to do them. On Friday this week, they turned down a request from the Biden admin to enforce parts of a new federal rule meant to protect LGBTQ plus and pregnant students from discrimination in 10 states where the rule was put on hold by federal judges. The court announced this decision in an unsigned order that drew a partial dissent from the court's 3 liberals and conservative Justice Neil Gorsuch. The Supreme Court's order is the latest blow to the Biden admin on this issue, which has suffered a series of setbacks with federal courts blocking a rule that was intended to protect transgender students. Much of the rule remains blocked in about half the nation. This sweeping rule issued in April clarified that Title IX's ban on sex discrimination in schools covers these other things: gender identity, sexual orientation, and pregnancy or related conditions. Other provisions within Title IX address protections for pregnant and postpartum students, including access to lactation spaces and prohibitions on retaliation. Compliance with Title IX, which was enacted in 1972, is required for schools that receive federal aid. So it's basically like any public school, I'm pretty sure. Pretty much any public school. All 9 justices agreed to block the Biden administration's clarification of sex discrimination. Why? When most of these justices were on the court when they did the recent, employment discrimination case. Those who dissented would have allowed other less contested provisions of the new rule to take effect in the 10 states at issue. Sonia Sotomayor said, blocking enforcement of the entire rule appears to go beyond what was necessary. Pointing to provisions of the rule that deal with pregnancy discrimination or pre-employment inquiries about a candidate's marital status, Sotomayor said that the states, quote, offer nothing to justify preventing the government from enforcing those parts of the rule. But the court's brief said that it was the government's burden to demonstrate that those provisions could be separated from the ones that were challenged, and, quote, on this limited record, the government has not provided this court a sufficient basis to disturb the lower court's interim conclusions. So, yeah, it's basically the entire new rule will remain on hold in Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Indiana, Virginia, West Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Montana, and Ohio. The rule is also blocked in 16 states as part of other lawsuits. So basically, they're just letting this... We're just going to continue to live in an increasingly divided nation where your rights are highly dependent on your zip code. If the Supreme Court is like, yeah, well, we've decided we're not going to back the executive branch on this one, we're just going to let the lower courts fight it out. Does that mean that, these cases are going to have to continue to get appealed up until they reach the Supreme Court, at which time the Supreme Court is probably not going to back the executive branch on this? Yeah, I love the court of high priests making the world a worse place. At first, I thought that was kind of silly, and I just, more and more, I'm on board with this idea that these are just, yeah, they're like priests or wizards or something that have been appointed to maintain a very specific status quo and to continue stripping us of rights and protections. Yeah, there's two separate lawsuits brought by Republican attorneys general claiming that 3 specific provisions of the new rule are unlawful. The provision that expands the scope of sex, a provision that would bar schools from disallowing trans students from using bathrooms or locker rooms consistent with their gender, and a provision clarifying that the law's prohibition on, quote, hostile environment harassment could implicate anti-trans conduct. No, anti-trans conduct is not an hostile environment. The Republicans have decided that being anti-trans and causing trans people distress is not a hostile environment. Jesus. I'm not going to go so far as to say the Supreme Court should not exist. I mean, within the current set of things, like, the purpose of them is supposed to be to interpret the law. And so I don't think it's bad necessarily to have a body that interprets the law and determines whether things are in line with, you know, the fundamental rules of the Constitution. But the way in which the Supreme Court exists is obviously not functional right now. They have no term limits. They seem to be, they're completely held to a different standard as far as bribes go, basically. Like, they're allowed to take bribes effectively. Like, certainly things about the Supreme Court are fundamentally wrong. And of course, the whole system is screwed up. So, you know, if we were to say, oh, they're good at their jobs anyway, that includes being good at a job that, you know, is fundamentally flawed in some ways, looking at the whole system. And yeah, I agree that there should be more justices. At this point, there are so many people in this country. Like, I feel like it should be more representative. Yeah, it is super silly that the Supreme Court has no enforceable ethics code. Hi, baby. Hi. Oh, you've fallen into my trap. You've activated my trap card. Hi, pretty baby. Come see me. Hi. Yes. Yes, you are so good. Ah, trap card. Oh, I'm trying not to show them your board hole. Hi, baby. Hi. You sniff, sniff? Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, you're so sweet. Go, baby. He's so good. Yes, 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 yes. I can't give him kisses because I just put a bunch of Aquaphor on my lips, but oh, you are so good. Yes. Are you, baby? We needed a kitty break. He deigns to tolerate this treatment. Very cat. Yeah, he just knows that he can't forcibly get out of my arms. Like, I only let him down when I want to let him down. So he knows not to struggle because he's not gonna get anywhere with that. Did I break you like a horse? Did I break your spirit like a horse? Yes, I did. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah? You say hello to the people? Hi. Are you my buddy? Okay, I will put you down now, but only if you let me put you down. You can't struggle, you have to let me put you down. Okay, thank you. Good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah, he is a grumpy man. Grumpy man. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I know his noggin is all rumpled now. I gotta fix it. I fixed it. Oh, man. But yeah, things are not looking good with this Supreme Court. And, you know, even if Biden were to try to expand the court at this point, I think we all know that even if one of them died today, they're not going to let Biden put someone in. They blocked Obama for like 2 years, and then they shoved through 3 Trump appointees. Like, insane. Absolutely crazy. Excuse me. Always full of burps. Okay, what else is in here? Harris would have to be the one to expand the court. Yeah, I think that she would also probably face a lot of opposition. It's crazy that the part of this that's, I think, the most surprising to me is that the parts which protected pregnant students from discrimination are also, like, they're just like, no, we're not going to enforce that part. We're not going to agree that sex discrimination includes discrimination against pregnant people. But isn't that the case in, like, housing and employment? Like, you can't discriminate against a pregnant person in employment? I mean, people still do. Obviously they can come up with any reason just saying, oh, well, we didn't hire you because it wouldn't be a good fit. But, like, legally speaking, you're not supposed to discriminate against... You can't, like, fire someone for being pregnant. It's, like, that's a great way to pay out a nice fat sum. I think term limits is a better solution than expanding the court, because otherwise each side will just keep expanding it. Yeah, that's fair, I guess, on some level, but also, like, again, from a population standpoint, we have 9 justices representing, like, 300 million people. Like, it has, like, 300 million... Is that just the adults? Population of the United States. Yeah, okay, 333 million as of 2022. Yeah, like... I do think that maybe both of those things, like, the court should be expanded so that they're representing a smaller total chunk of the population in their decisions, but also term limits would probably help. There's an argument to be made for expanding the court to 12, tying the number of justices to the number of Circuit Court of Appeals. Yeah, I think that's fair. When the Supreme Court was set to 9, that was because of the district thing. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so, like, we have each state has its own Supreme Court, but then if the case still needs to be adjudicated, there's the district courts, which, it's like, okay, these 4 states are one district or circuit, yeah. So that makes sense. Yeah, there could be an argument to expand it to 13 so that there's one justice for each circuit appeals court. And yeah, like, Biden just recommended 18-year term limits. That would immediately knock out 3 conservative justices. Would that our rights weren't so dependent on this precarious house of cards. It just feels like things can dramatically change at any time. But with this, as with many things, we'll just have to see how these lower courts do it, and we're probably going to end up in a situation where, well, I guess Title IX is federal, so yeah, it's basically like these lower courts need to work their way. These lower cases need to work their way, and if they get to the Supreme Court, then we'll get a proper Supreme Court decision as to whether sex discrimination includes sexual orientation, gender identity, and pregnancy status. Oh, not a fun time. I'm not having fun anymore. All right. Unless we have any further commentary, I think we can put this in my notes and say we did that for today. We did it. We did news. This is circling way back to the beginning of the show, but I popped over to Facebook and got an ad for Pumpkin Spice Soylent. Nice. Wouldn't it be great if we had a ranked voting system? If you could be like, hey, I really want to vote for the Green Party, but if the Green Party doesn't make it, then please give my vote to the Democrats. Wouldn't that be great? Just got to do everything we can to make conservative traditional values seen as out of touch, out of style, and bad for business as possible, gradually. Yeah, I do. I'm fully on board that the whole calling them weird thing is a strong mechanism for social change. Wait, is there just a fucking... Is dual output just built into Streamlabs now? If so, then shit, starting later this week, you can catch me on Twitch. I'm gonna have to check into this after the show is done. I think I need a snack. Yeah, I'm not hungry yet. Sometimes I get really hungry during the show, but I ate before the show today. I had a nice peanut butter and creamed honey sandwich. Papa Bush was the last Republican to win the popular vote, which for some reason is not how we determine the winner of our elections. Yeah. I don't think any Republican president has won the popular vote in my lifetime, and I'm 30. The diaper thing alone was a strong indicator of weirdness. I've been missing things. So many things are weird about JD Vance that I've just missed some straight up. I'm like, what is this about a semen cup? What is this about a diaper? I missed out on this completely. The issue with dual output OBS streaming is you have to make sure your internet has the bandwidth for it. With Restream, you're just uploading to their server and they're using their bandwidth to broadcast to the different services. Oh. Annoying. Bush won the popular vote in 2004 for re-election. Okay, interesting. Yeah, as an incumbent, he has like the benefit of that. Oh, the diaper thing was when Trump was on trial, the whole real men wear diapers thing. Ah, yes. I do recall that. Now, I don't know what this whole semen cup thing is about JD Vance, though. Freedom fries, Merca. Oh no, see, someone now mentioned French fries, and now I am hungry. They hate listening to people with gauges and face tattoos call them weird while everyone else agrees. Yeah, for the freaks to be calling you weird and for everyone to be agreeing with them, that's difficult. Okay. Man, that's fucking annoying. We have almost twice as many likes as we do viewers right now. The semen cup thing was about IVF, maybe? The Seaman Cup is apparently about mocking Democrats for not starting families. Okay. Always fun. Some of us adopt, okay? Ugh. Oh my god, I always get so tired around this time of the show. I'm just gonna lean back for a minute and recoup some of my energy, and then we're gonna talk about the Chevron thing. I really do want to get this last segment out. We need a Rosetta Stone for understanding Chud speak. That's true. Ugh. The cat lady rant was terrible for Vance and the GOP. Then they went after people who had pet dogs and argued the society should not have dog parks because it somehow discouraged citizens from having more children. That is weird. I didn't know that they had gone after people with dogs. Like, I kind of feel as though, and I don't know if this is actually the case, but I feel as though Democrats are more likely to be cat owners and Republicans are more likely to be dog owners, but I don't know. I would absolutely love to marry my partner and have a couple cute curly-haired kiddos, but kids are expensive and my job ain't paying shit. Right. Yeah. Some of us are like fleeing from states where we don't have rights and have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars. It's like, okay, would I be able to afford to have a kid after all that? Maybe. I guess that is one good thing. If I got a job in the Pacific Northwest, the minimum wage would be higher at the very minimum. Like, the simple fact that any place still offers only $10 an hour is so fucking insulting. The cat is licking himself. It's quite distracting. Even the family dog is not safe from the MAGA GOP. Yeah, dogs are like the most American thing I can think of. Why would they do that? Yeah, it seems really dumb. But then again, a lot of things that they do are really dumb. Don't most parents have a dog because they got it for their kid? I don't know. That would make sense to me, though. I feel like parents would get a dog after their kids move out. Also, if you're just coming in, sorry, I'm tired. I'm just taking a moment to chill. And then we'll continue with the news. Wait, doesn't Twitch have like rules about you can't stream to, like you have to only stream to them? Aren't there like rules around that? I'm like reading about multi-streaming right now. I thought Twitch maybe had some rules that were like, you can upload your finished content elsewhere if you want to, but as far as streaming, you need to do it only here. Twitch got rid of that rule. Okay, good. I just like, I remember that being a thing at one point. Rules changed in November. Good. That's a dumb fucking rule. Is it still a rule if you're a partner? I do need jumper cables, it's true. What can I do to revitalize myself? Because yeah, I seriously do want to at least cover this one last bit of news. If not both bits of news that I still have left today. I think they have a rule about chats on screen for multi-streaming, though. Some people have exclusivity contracts, like Hassan. Cocaine. Oh, you know, part of it, too, is that I didn't take my second Ritalin today. Because it must have worn off, like... Let's see, what did I took it at, like, 9:30, so it wore off around 1 or 2. That's probably part of why I was so tired. Twitch is dumb. We've had one Ritalin, yes. But what about second Ritalin? Yeah, they only last for 5 hours. I have the ADHD. I can't help it. What is down? Oh, I have socks. Okay. Hunter Avalon has both Twitch and YouTube chats on the same screen. Ooh. Yeah, I wonder if I have the local bandwidth for this, because if I do have the local bandwidth, then that would be ideal. 11sies, afternoon tea? I like the extended release because I always forget to take the second one. Yeah, I don't like the extended release because I want to be able to drink alcohol at night sometimes. Yawn. Ah! Okay. Ooh, we got another $15 donation on the GoFundMe, which brings us for today total up to $82. I can do math. Ooh, side note, before we get back into the news, I just rewatched Flashpoint Paradox, and it's so good. Why is it so good? It's incredible. Make sure your ISP doesn't have a limit on uploads/downloads. Ours has a very high limit, but it does exist. Yeah. Everyone was like, oh, you should just restream to Twitch because then it's free money. And it's like, no, actually, it's going to be fucking complicated. Like, actually, it's a pain in the ass. Can you not drink on stimulants? Yeah, so with Ritalin and Adderall and stuff, if you take it and you drink alcohol, it like makes the Ritalin last a lot longer in your system, and it's like bad for you. So you can't do it. But I'm on the short release stuff So it wears off after like 5 hours. So if I take my first one at like 8, and then I take my second one at like 1, then by the time 7 or 8 o'clock rolls around, like, yeah, I'm cool to drink and it's fine. I warned everybody that this was going to happen. I warned. I knew. I'm so glad that you all encouraged me to talk about the overturning of the Chevron doctrine, because, you know, there's all this potential for it to go badly. You know, there's so much potential, because the whole concept is that previously, under the Chevron doctrine, the EPA, for example, could set rules and say this chemical is toxic or whatever, and you just had to treat that like that's the new law, basically, because the agency has executive discretion. But the Supreme Court just overturned that and is basically saying, now, no, it has to either be a law that passes through the Congress that says this chemical is toxic and you shouldn't use it or whatever, or it has to go through the courts. So if any company, like let's say it's a company that's dumping bad chemicals, you shouldn't, and like the EPA wants to say you shouldn't do that. If the company wants to do it and they take issue with the EPA's rules, they can go to the courts and say, hey, excuse me, buddy, you know, I took you on a yacht ride last week, Mr. Judge, sir. Can you please decide that it's okay for me to dump this toxin, since there's no actual law on the books regarding this? And yeah, we're basically facing like very, very serious ecological impacts from this. And this applies to like every other executive agency as well. But we're focusing on the environmental impacts today because I think that those are going to be the most prescient, and that's the one that we're discussing today. So recently, the U.S. Air Force basically dumped a bunch of PFAS, this is a forever chemical. It gets in your body and it doesn't leave. They dumped some of this chemical into the water, and they have decided that they're not going to clean it up, citing the Supreme Court's Chevron ruling. The Environmental Protection Agency said Tucson's drinking water is contaminated, but the Air Force claims the agency lacks authority to order them to clean it up. Air Force bases contaminated the water with toxic PFAS forever chemicals and other dangerous compounds. And although the former U.S. EPA officials and legal experts who reviewed the Air Force's claim say that the Chevron doctrine ruling probably would not apply to this order, the military's claim that it would represents an early indication of how polluters will wield the controversial court decision to evade responsibility. This article from The Guardian claims that it appears the Air Force is essentially attempting to expand the scope of the court's ruling to thwart regulatory orders not covered by the decision, says Deborah Ann Savas, director of the Stanford University Environmental Law Clinic. It's very odd, she added. It feels almost like an intimidation tactic, but it will be interesting to see if others take this approach and it bleeds over. Of course they will. Although we expected it to be private companies, and it's weird that this is the Air Force, which is a public service, basically. They're like, yeah, we dumped a bunch of forever chemicals into Tucson's water, and we've just decided that we don't have to clean it up because you can't fucking make us. Like, nah, you can't make me. That's the level that we're at in the United States right now. Just nah. Yeah, who's gonna make me clean that up? Yeah, you and what U.S. Army, says the U.S. Air Force. Like, Jesus. And for this to be, it's such a quick turnaround. You know, I expected that it might take a little bit longer, I guess, for there to start being noticeable impacts on this. But yeah, no, like US Air Force wants to speed run us to destroying the environment. So is this going to have to go to a judge? Is the EPA going to have to ask a judge, like, hey, will you please fucking tell the Air Force to clean up their shit? Yeah, what do we need clean water or ocean life for anyway? What do we need that for? What is it for? Why? And yeah, this article says exactly what the fuck I said. This ruling is expected to have a profound impact on the EPA's ability to protect the public from pollution, and the Tucson dispute highlights the high stakes in such scenarios. Clean drinking water and the health of hundreds of thousands of people hangs in the balance. Several Air Force bases, apparently, are largely responsible for dumping TCE, volatile organic compounds, and PFAS, contaminating drinking water sources in Tucson. A 10-square-mile area around the facilities and Tucson International Airport were in the 1980s designated as a Superfund site, an action reserved for the nation's most polluted areas. In late May, the EPA issued an emergency order under the Safe Drinking Water Act, requiring the Air Force to develop a plan within 60 days to address PFAS contamination in the drinking water. So they were even ordered to do this before the goddamn Chevron thing was dismantled anyway. Yeah, remember when all of Trump's judges promised not to go against established precedent? Love that. Filtration systems put in place in 2014 for TCE and other chemicals are currently removing PFAS, but the systems were not designed to remove PFAS, and the added burden is straining the system. Officials previously shut down a well in 2021 when contaminated water nearly broke through the system. Such a breach could leave the Arizona city without safe water at all. Yeah, pay no mind to the microplastics currently flowing through your blood. It's in your testicles. It's in everybody's testicles. Camp Lejeune and Area 51 have been sued by former service members and civilian employees due to exposure to chemicals which caused cancer and other disabilities. Under this rule, they won't have to comply. This is a nightmare. Yeah. Former and present government land that is polluted will not be held accountable. It was almost impossible to get them to clean up or take responsibility before. Presently, it is impossible to get the situation redressed. Yeah, it just seems like pollution is legal now. Like, pollution is legal now. And the EPA is toothless to enforce this. If the fucking US Air Force can just be like, nope, we've decided we don't need to do the cleanup. We can just pollute and it doesn't matter. What are we going to do? You know, like, what do you do in this situation? Move to a higher elevation, I guess? I don't know, man. Apparently, one arm of the administration cannot sue another, so the military cannot sue the EPA because they both fall under the purview of the executive branch. The case would never end up in court where the Chevron decision would come into play, said Walter Mugden, a former EPA Superfund director. Instead, it would be resolved internally by a presidential administration instead of the judiciary. Biden, you have one last thing you need to do. I don't care what else you do in the fucking administration before the next 5 months is over. Please step in here. Oh my God. Yeah, obviously a business that finds itself in a similar situation may try to sue the EPA, which could, of course, change all of the rules for everybody. They killed Captain Planet. Apparently the crux of the Air Force's refusal to comply with the order hangs on whether there is, quote, imminent and substantial danger to Tucson residents. The Air Force noted that Tucson's drinking water was currently below the federal limit for PFAS, but the EPA noted the filtration system was straining because it was not designed for PFAS, and the plume was especially dangerous because there are limited alternative drinking water sources in the desert. The real possibility that the system breaks and leaves people exposed or without clean water constitutes, quote, an imminent and substantial danger. EPA says the law does not require or expect EPA to wait until people are actively being harmed. Oh, good. So this is the one fucking instance in the entire U.S. government where you're allowed to take action before people are actively being harmed. In fact, Congress expects EPA to utilize its authority to prevent harm from materializing. Oh, boy. Man, this is the kind of thing where we need legislation. We need legislation to say, like, no, you know, the agency is understood to be the expert on the matter. This is what the careers are, as opposed to political appointees. The careers are the people who have been there for 20 years, day in and day out, studying this, consulting with the experts, making sure that things are running as they should. And a lot of the time I still feel like it's highly reactive, but at least in this case, you know, the EPA is saying, no, our job is to act before people are harmed. We know that this harms people. We know that there is an imminent risk, and we need to be empowered to act before a bunch of people get cancer. The Air Force also claimed it should not be forced to address the problem because the city of Tucson and state of Arizona are funding a different system to address PFAS. In response, the EPA said the new system would not be ready for years, and the Air Force is financially responsible for the pollution in the first place. The EPA writes, the Air Force bears responsibility for the PFAS contamination and needs to step forward to protect the Tucson community. Oh my God. Insane that any organization would be like, yeah, we dumped a bunch of water, we dumped a bunch of chemicals into the water, but it's not our fucking problem. It's just not our problem. It's just not our, why don't you deal with it? Why don't you deal with it? Taxes that were meant to go to something else? I don't know. Jesus Christ. Well, I'm glad we talked about that, although it doesn't make me happy about the state of the world. Like, not excited about the direction that things are going. You know, it's really hard to make like a little homestead situation, preserving your ability to produce food and, you know, maybe produce your own water if like all of the local ground is contaminated with forever chemicals. I'm just gonna rub my eyes for a minute. Why? Okay. I think I can put that in my notes. I think I'm done talking about it. I look so weird without my glasses now. Like, I've gotten used to seeing myself with my glasses, and I feel like I look weird without them. Didn't take very long. I've only been wearing them for like a month. Maybe a little bit more. All right. Air Force pollution. EPA. Oh, no. No. Okay. I did it. It's in my notes now. Jiminy Christmas. I will poop in all their mailboxes. Cleanup is not my problem. True. I'm coping by planning D&D dream scenarios. Yeah. I'm in a D&D campaign, but I might quit, actually. Because it was originally supposed to start at 7 p.m. And that was fine. Like, but now it's been pushed back a couple times. And now the call starts at 8 p.m. But then we just sit around and chat for 30 minutes. So the game doesn't actually start until 8:30. And I'm old, you guys. Sometimes I'm like falling asleep in my chair at 9:30. And I wake up at, 7 or 8 o'clock every day. I can't start a D&D game at 8:30. That's fucking crazy. So I might quit this D&D run, which is sad, but, I'm playing with a bunch of people in their 20s, so yeah, it makes sense. Like, people in their early 20s, these folks are probably less tired than I am. Yeah, in this case, could Shell just have an oil leak and not bother to clean it up? I think that's kind of what we're heading towards is the problem. I'm getting old. I'm an old person. I'm like Biden. You can't expect me to do anything after 8 p.m. I have this claw clip, and it's actually really strong, and I keep wanting to just clamp it onto my body, but I think it would physically really hurt me, actually. But this is how I'm keeping myself entertained. I'm stimming with a little chompy chomp. We might go ahead and cover this last thing, just because I've been meaning to cover it for a while. Ugh. Environmental action doesn't happen for boiled frog scenarios, and boy howdy does that suck. Yeah, it's so shit. So yeah, I do have one last thing I want to cover today before we finish. And, where did it go? And then we'll call it for today. Don't forget, any last-minute donations. We still haven't done a flex today. Later, Fennec. Enjoy. Okay, I found what I wanted to look at. I'm just gonna mute this for you guys real quick and take a quick listen. Okay, so this is a video of someone talking, and she's super fucking quiet. But okay, yeah, I want to talk about this one last issue, and then we'll wrap up for the day. I think people have been doubting me when I'm talking about COVID and the fact that it can do immune damage, and the fact that if this immune damage accumulates over time, it could basically be airborne AIDS. I think people have been like, wow, that seems like a crazy thing, or like AIDS only happens with HIV. But I have vindication today. First of all, you can go look up yourself. Lymphocytopenia, like COVID damages your lymphocytes, and so does HIV. Like, that's one of the primary ways. And COVID also damages CD4, which HIV damages, but COVID also damages CD8, which I don't even think HIV does damage. So there's some search terms. If you doubt me, you can go look it up yourself. Check out some scientific articles on the subject because it's true. Repeat infections cause immune damage. And now, today, the highest form of vindication, we have a video from someone who has confirmed, like, they have been diagnosed with an immunodeficiency caused by COVID. Like, a long COVID victim has basically, like, so AIDS stands for Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. It's a collection of symptoms that happen after you acquire gradually, like, an immune deficiency. Your immune system stops being able to function the way that it should, and that's what acquired immune deficiency syndrome is, right? Previously, we have attributed it pretty much exclusively to HIV, but we've been seeing that people have been getting sick more often, including from stuff that isn't necessarily COVID. There were a bunch of students dying from strep throat, which is not normal, and just lots of different things, okay? And I want to listen to what this lady has to say about her diagnosis. She's been diagnosed with immunodeficiency caused by COVID. And she is speaking really quietly, so I'm going to do everything I can to boost her audio. If she's still a little bit too quiet, I'm sorry. She's like whispering. She's very ill. She's like whispering. It's hard to hear her a bit. So I'll do everything I can. And God help us all, I guess. Okay, let me make sure volume is as high as I can make it go. Okay, let's go.
So I finally got to talk to...
And there are captions there.
...the immunologist Monday night, and I have officially been diagnosed with common variable immunodeficiency.
So it's called common variable immunodeficiency, CVID. CVID is this particular diagnosis that she's received.
And she was starting the paperwork to get the ball rolling with the insurance company yesterday. So I have an answer. It feels weird to say, yay, there's something wrong with me.
That feel is so true, though. Like, if you're disabled, if you're just, like, not specified what's wrong with you, it feels terrible. Like, I'm pretty sure I have POTS, and my doctor is still like, yeah, well, you could go ahead and get a tilt table test, and so we can just confirm that you have POTS to make sure that there's not something else going on with you. And yeah, it does feel weird to be like, yo, I have a definitive answer, and like, yay, I'm sick, but it means like, yay, I don't have to keep wondering what's wrong with me. I don't have to keep searching for the answer. So I can't even imagine what this lady's been going through for her to finally get a diagnosis of like, yeah, no, your immune system is destroyed, basically. You cannot get exposed to a sickness or it will ravage you. Because that's the problem with HIV, is that, you know, it killed the immune system. And so over time, people were dying from what would have otherwise been routine exposures. So stuff like a common cold or an infection from a cut or something, you know, like just... It's always something else that finally gets you. Like the HIV itself doesn't kill you. It just renders you completely unable to fight anything else off.
But at the same time, it's validating that there's something wrong with me. And I'm not a hypochondriac or, you know, making everything up or...
Yeah, and it's tough with, you know, a symptom, or sorry, something like long COVID, where there isn't a lot of established literature on it. Doctors are going to treat you, especially as a female, doctors are going to treat you like, oh, it's just anxiety. Oh, it's all in your head. Oh, don't worry about it. You know, oh, just get some more exercise. And exercise is contraindicated for long COVID. It's like super contraindicated for long COVID. Don't exercise if you have long COVID. In fact, don't exercise for like 6 weeks after you've had regular, even if you have a low symptom or no symptom COVID impact, like COVID acute infection, don't exercise for like 6 weeks after. You radically rest, or you will have like a much higher chance of long-term complications. But yeah, people treat you like it's all in your head or whatever. And so this is another reason why it can feel so validating. It's like, medically, yes, I have a problem. It's not in my head. I'm not making it up. I don't just need to eat different or take walks or something. Like, there is something really wrong.
Anything like that. So that was, good. When she explained it to me when I first went to her, before we even did any testing, she said if we got the numbers to do it, you know, to pursue the IG therapy.
I'm not sure what IG therapy is in this context.
That the insurance company is probably going to deny it the first couple of times until they have to do a peer-to-peer review, where she sits down and talks to someone at the insurance company and is like, this is why she needs it.
Still insane to me that a doctor can say, you need this treatment, and an insurance company, which does not have medical professionals working for it most of the time, can just say, no, you don't need it. I've decided you don't need it. It's almost like it's like them practicing medicine without a license. I really would like to see a series of lawsuits where insurance companies are practicing medicine without a license. Like, I think that that's the direction we really should take these things, because why are you going to deny me multiple times and then require, like, you know, why do you need to have a sit down conversation with my doctor about why I need this when they already sent you the documentation saying, yo, my patient needs this? Like, get the hell out of, like, stop being involved in the, like, determining whether or not my patient needs this care.
And she gave me the option of whether I wanted to try sub-Q or infusion, IV infusions. And she gave me the pros and cons for each, and I want to do sub-Q. I want to be able to do it at home.
Basically, the question is, does she want to receive the medicine via an IV infusion, which might require her to have a port or come into the hospital, versus doing at-home subcutaneous injections, which, like, you know, if you are familiar with, like, diabetes injections, or, like, the last time I was on testosterone, I was taking it subcutaneously. You have a little, like, a short half-inch needle, and yeah, you can just do self-injections at home, and it doesn't require exposing you to danger at the clinic or at the hospital or whatever. Abortion bans are politicians practicing medicine without a license too. True.
And I like that there's less side effects, and that it's more steady. There won't be peaks and valleys. Like, you know, when you get the IV, you get the big push, you know, and so you're on high, but then by the time the next one rolls around, you've gone into a low because all those antibodies have gone bye-bye.
Oh, so basically the treatment is an antibody infusion to try to, like, because her body doesn't create antibodies anymore because of her immune deficiency, she's, like, being pumped full of antibodies that will fight things off for her. That's really cool. I didn't know that we had that.
So that's what I want to do. She said some insurance companies will make you try sub-Q before you can do IV, or make you try IV before you can do sub-Q. And she said, you know, you can start one, decide you don't like it, and switch to another. She said she has not had an insurance company yet say no to that. So yeah, no, it's just she told me to be masking. There are 4 strains of COVID out there right now, and she has actually had a patient who had COVID, got over it, was testing negative, and then 6 weeks later caught another strain.
There, that's coming from a medical professional. I've been saying this because that's what I've been seeing in the data, but if you weren't believing me, take it from this lady's doctor. You can catch COVID and then get over it and then catch it again a month later, 6 weeks. Because there's like 4 dominant strains right now. Also, like, depending on when this video comes out, you might be able to still get a bridge access program free vaccine. It'll be last year's vaccine, but the new one is going to come out in like September. And if you can get a hold of Novavax as opposed to the mRNA vaccine, Novavax is like 40% more effective. So those are my vaccine recommendations to you. The fact that we still let this run rampant, even though we have all the means in the world to stop the spread. Yeah, it's insane. Air filtration, N95s, xylitol, CPC, like xylitol nasal spray, CPC mouthwash, probiotics, Streptococcus salivarius K12. Like, there are a million things that you can do as an individual. And then, yeah, if we just instituted air filtration systems in hospitals and other public places, like buses, public buses or airplanes, if we had effective, air filtration, it would be many, many times safer. But it costs money, I guess, and people don't want to put money into it, and everybody wants to pretend like it's over. I genuinely had someone tell me recently, I got into it with someone on Twitter, and I was treating it like a good faith conversation. It was a leftist who was asking like what ways in which are in what ways are leftists insidiously ableist? And I decided to respond. I was like, well, not wearing masks is an obvious one. And we went back and forth where they were like, well, obviously COVID is over. And then I was like, except that there are there's tons of infections if you look at the wastewater levels. And then they were like, well, you can't expect people to mask forever. And I was like, yeah, you can. Like, so long as COVID is still a problem, and monkeypox and bird flu and pollution and wildfire smoke, like, yeah, you absolutely can expect that this is just your new normal. And then they pulled the whole, it was traumatic for people. People don't want to mask because it reminds them of the trauma. And I just fucking blocked them at that point. Genuinely, that's where we're at, though, with this, is like people who are leftists who are pretending to ask in good faith about ableism. And then I explain to them, and then they just keep shifting the goalposts. This is the problem. This is the difference between me and a lot of other people, is that I'm like looking at the evidence and other people don't. So yeah, like again, this lady's doctor is saying like there's 4 different active strains of COVID right now. And who knows how many subvariants there are of each one too, because this thing mutates so fast.
So she wants me to be masking. Oh, sorry, my nose itches so bad right here. And I'm trying to think what else. Oh, if anyone has any advice, I've done the best I can to explain it to my daughter. She's 10, and she is scared of the idea of mommy having to, do needles in her belly and stuff. But, I told her I'm okay with it. That was my choice, but I think that's something we're going to have to navigate when we come to it. But if any of you are doing IG therapy or know someone who has done IG therapy, can you tell me their experience or have any?
Yeah, and like seeking out, like asking for people to commiserate with you, because I'm sure that this feels very isolating, for someone to just be like, oh, I guess my immune system is destroyed, and I have to wear a mask everywhere, and I have to go get antibody infusions. I'm sure that it's very scary. I'm sure it's very isolating. And I think that we should all try to avoid it if we can. Yeah, it's insane. As if immune compromised people aren't traumatized by all this. Yeah, as if disabled people aren't traumatized by the fact that like society has just decided that our deaths are an acceptable sacrifice to make for people to go to fucking restaurants and concerts. Very early on in the pandemic, I went biking with a mask on into a nearby park, and a dude there struck up a conversation with me. He tried to say I didn't need the mask because he wasn't sick, and I had to tell him I was wearing the mask because I couldn't be sure that I wasn't sick. Like, do people think surgeons wear masks to protect themselves from their patients or something? Yeah. And again, like if you live in a city, there's pollution, there's a good reason to wear a mask outdoors anyway. And like you were wearing the mask before you saw him. Did he think that you were wearing the mask just like to prepare for having a conversation with him? Yeah. Primarily what masks do is they protect other people from your germs. But if you get a highly rated mask, it can also protect you from breathing in other people's germs, which is obviously ideal for everybody involved. Wearing masks in public indoor spaces was always a good idea, even before COVID. Yeah, like honestly, I do think that we've normalized sickness in a way. How many people here have been to a con or have seen that other people have gone to a con, like a convention, and then they're like, oh yeah, I got con crud, and they just treat it like it's normal. Like that it's normal to get sick after you go be around a large group of people. I think that shouldn't be normalized. It should be like, yo, don't show up sick to a fucking convention. I understand that you paid a lot of money, but you should have done a better job of not getting sick beforehand. Or maybe if you did get sick and you still wanted to go, you should have worn a mask. Like, we should all be taking these steps. The tragic thing about the pandemic was that cold and flu infections dropped off a cliff at the beginning, and that should be reason enough. Yeah, didn't we completely eliminate one strain of flu? Like, it's just extinct now, isn't it? Also, you can't say that cutting cost on prevention is worth it because long COVID will cripple economies in the long run. This is the thing about capitalism. It only cares about short-term returns. If the economy dips a little bit right now because people are staying home, that's not acceptable. Even if the economy will be crippled by mass death and disability. Like, what are we going to do when we have a bunch of people who need disability benefits? I mean, the answer is the government is going to deny them their benefits and let them suffer and die and become completely dependent on their families. I have way too many coworkers that come into work sick because they think it shows they aren't weak. Yeah. No, you actually just need to stay home. I have a friend who like got sick recently, and like I say friend really loosely. I don't really feel like I have much of a relationship with this person at this point, but I have a friend who went to work sick recently and his boss sent him home and he was like, "Oh, I'm trying to find some of the I'm trying to see the silver lining in this." And I was like, "The silver lining is that you are not part of forward transmission, cuz I guarantee you he wasn't wearing a mask." Dude like decided to push through and go to work. It's like this is somebody who I met in the skeptic community. I'm like, how much of a fucking idiot are you, dude? Republican lawmakers in North Carolina are pushing forward with their plan to repeal a pandemic-era law that allowed the wearing of masks in public for health reasons, and the Democrats fought back. Yeah, in Nassau County, New York, they just passed a mask ban that kind of nebulously says unless you're doing it for health reasons, but like what? If a cop stops me in Nassau County, am I supposed to just be like, am I supposed to divulge my HIPAA protected information? I think ostensibly you should be able to just say, I'm doing this for a health reason, and they are supposed to drop it. But you know that that's just going to be an excuse for them to harass any person of color wearing a mask, that they just want to give them a hard time or book them for the day, make them take the mask off so that they can take their picture. It's all going to go down the drain once schools open again. Yeah, we're in the middle of a huge summer wave right now where, based on wastewater numbers, like approximately 1 in 23 Americans is positive with COVID, and the school just started. Like, and like these numbers are from a couple of weeks ago or a week ago, before schools came back into session. So, like in February, we have a little bit of a lull every year, but it seems like we have, we generally have these waves and these valleys, and even in the valleys, people are still getting sick. But it seems like we're just entering a time where like the latter half of the year is just constant peak. Like it doesn't even dip hardly. Like I'm mostly preaching to the choir here because y'all know, and like people appreciate it about me, and I appreciate those people saying so. Like people appreciate that I keep talking about COVID like it's a big deal, because it is. It's like I know that a lot of you're probably not here unless you are in agreement with the COVID stuff and that you should be continuing to take precautions and all. Like this is one of the main reasons why I want to grow my channel and have a broader audience, is like I want people to have access to the information. Yeah, the valleys are hardly going down at this point. Protect yourself from COVID-induced immune deficiency syndrome. They keep citing Gaza protests and quote crime as their reason. I wear a Nixon mask on walks just to keep them guessing. They want to arrest me for mask wearing, but I'm repping their guy. Confuses the piglets. Yeah, fair enough. Man, I have such a hard time not picking at my lips. Anyway, I think, yeah, I've been meaning to cover that for a few weeks, and I'm glad that I did finally cover it. So that is it for that segment. It's going in my notes now. All right, COVID immune deficiency. There we go. Racked it up in the notes. Oh my gosh. We went a little bit long today. I think if I were to do longer streams, I would definitely have to do like a full I'm stepping away for 10 minutes break at like the 3 or 4 hour mark. If I ever were to do like a full day Sundays streams or something. Because yeah, after that 4 hours, I'm so fucking tired. Or yeah, someone was saying like Demon Mama fully just stops and eats. You know, we'd have to get some video content to respond to, or like just put a video up and watch it or whatever while I rest my weary soul. But yeah, look at us. We got 4 segments done today. Can never accuse Demon Mama of lacking stamina. Yeah. The fact that she sometimes streams for like 10 hours is crazy to me. But, you know, I would probably feel better if I had taken my second Ritalin and if I took real breaks in the middle of the show, which the break that I take when I go to the bathroom is like hardly a break at all. Thank you, Spin Doctor. That is correct. That's too damn bad. True. I guess I could at this point in the stream, like not today, but I could at this point in the stream just switch to like gaming and do the thing where you mostly are quiet while you're playing the game. Gaming to end the stream is good. Yeah. We haven't done Cats Are Liquid in a while, and I want to finish it. Anytime someone puts a quote in Dead Domain's chat, they have to say it in the voice. I was doing it earlier. Like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad. Like, I don't know. The voices are kind of blending all into each other because my voice is tired. It's been 4 hours. Yeah, it'll probably be better if I have an office. Like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to have my own separate office. Like, I basically share an office space with my partner, so it's kind of inconvenient if I stream for 8 hours. Yeah, that's the dream, though, is like I would love to have an actual private office so that I could just shut myself up in there and stream for 8 hours if I wanted to. And just switch to gaming at the end. A for effort, yeah. My throat is thrashed. I'm gonna do green tea with honey right after this. I'm so excited. It's like one of the things I've started incorporating into almost daily, which is also good because I've been eating more fish. Like I've gotten like tuna packets, so I've been eating fish more often because it's really good for your heart apparently. But I don't want to absorb a bunch of mercury into my body. And apparently green tea helps prevent your muscles from absorbing the mercury. I know I'm saying that wrong. Well, my love, does anybody want to pitch in a last-minute donation to get us up to 100 for today? I'll do a last-minute flex. If not, no big deal. $18 dono at the last minute. Super chats, website donations, and GoFundMes all count. I love those tuna packs with crackers. Yeah, I typically just rip a packet open and eat it with a fork. Although sometimes I really like to do a like Ritz crackers, cream cheese, and then tuna on top of that. That's an indulgent treat. Cream cheese makes me so tired too. Anytime I eat a substantial amount of cream cheese, I'm like, I need to take a nap. I don't know what it is. If it's a little bit of lactose intolerance, maybe. I just get so sleepy. But I love tuna cream cheese and crackers. It's so good. But yes, I'm doing it to get the protein, and I'm trying to reduce the amount of fat in my diet. So, just straight up tuna. The hickory smoked tuna from Starkist, that's the brand. I wish I knew the budget, but wife is at work still. Yeah, no worries. No worries, babe. I'm just saying, while you have the opportunity, I'll give you the chance. Hey, there it is. Mountain Eucalyptus, thank you for the last minute $18 dono. Bringing us up to 100 for today. Boom. Appreciate ya. Salute. High fives. And now for the inevitable flex. Ooh. Yes. I gotta sit on my feet. Everything bagels with cream cheese? Yes. Honestly, I love cream cheese. If I buy cream cheese in the future, I'm going to try to see if they have a low-fat option because, yeah, my cholesterol is high. I need less saturated fat. We're on a self-improvement train, y'all. I'm trying to decide, like, does my bicep actually look bigger right now? When I'm trying to lose some body fat to make it more defined. After I move, I'll get a standing desk, so I'll be able to more easily show off the back muscles. Won't that be lovely? Kisses. Beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate that. Everybody who's donated today, thank you so much. Everybody who hung out, everybody who submitted your comments, everybody who hit like on the video. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to continue to research and see if we can stream on Twitch, to see if we can just conveniently add to the audience through Twitch. And yeah, possibly in the future, I will try to do some gaming at the end of streams, depending. Looking like Deku after the training arc. Fair enough. All right. My dear sweet Horde, thank you for hanging out with the dragon today. I will be seeing you on Wednesday unless something happens. And then very soon, starting in September, we are going to only be streaming on Wednesdays unless I happen to have the energy to stream a different night of the week as well. But like mostly I'm planning on just streaming on Wednesdays. And then in October, things will return to normal. All right. Thank you, everybody. And also, yeah, and you can also catch me on Takis. I'll still be on Takis, but I'll give you the announcement for that on Wednesday. So thank you, everybody. Much love, and I'll see you next time.